Hi everybody! Still trying to work out the kinks of audio. We'll look up there someday. Here, if I do this... Aha! It's working! Wonderful. Turn that up a little bit. Shuffle it along. And random. Here, let me go ahead and set the timer. Then we are gonna hop right into it, as this one might be a doozy. How are you all doing today? I'm excited. I'm excited in the sense that, you know, it's one more step to making the finished game. I've made a game, but to finish a bigger game, because I've made a game, but it's more like a mini game. Still counts as a game, but this time around I wanna actually have a thing that makes sense. For example, even with Mario, would you call Mario, if it only had one level, a game? It's a game, but Mario with multiple levels and has a title. Well, mine had a title screen. It didn't have an audio screen, maybe a save scene, things of that nature. A little bit different, right? Let me see about some music changes. Overall, though, yes, very excited. Yesterday was a step in the right direction for just general stuff that we'll be doing for this game. For example, we'll probably have to make a tile set for it. Another thing we'll have to cover is, let's see, we're gonna probably do food next week as well for pixel art. That'll be important. And then, maybe another one to add on to the tile set. That could be fun, as right now, at least when it comes to making games, I find myself shifting towards doing art. And when you make a game, the last thing, or at least midway, you want to do art. You usually want to start with the programming, as if a game isn't fun when you're programming it, art's more like your shininess, the last sheen. Art can definitely make a game, but there's still the programming at the end of the day. I could definitely list a lot of games that had music, and the music entirely changed the feel of it. So if that music wasn't there, it'd be a different game. Would it be more fun? I don't know. It's like the holy trinity, so to speak. Your art, your music, and your programming. I'm not too good about music, but maybe we can try. I had put it off during, well, not put it off, I set it up so maybe we wouldn't, but if we do something super simple, I'm talking super simple, don't even have to learn the difficult parts, and do something light, mayhaps. Until then though, this stream's just gonna be some nice relaxing, I'm hoping, for programming. I've got my good cup of joe, and we should be good to go. And Twitch is good, YouTube is good, so we're all good. I wasn't sure whether to do programming twice again next week or art twice. I think I'll do art twice though, so I can really hone in my skills, as once we get this going, at least the sorting system, we'll move on to making an environment to walk around in. And after the environment, then we have to work in a... I guess then after we make an environment, we'll have to work on the customer system. No, not the customer system, but linking up the spellcasting to an area. And then after that, then comes customers. And once we have the customers, we have the spellcasting, then we can work on making... I think that'd be it. We'd of course have to do some screens and everything. But after that, we can start working on levels, unlocks, customization, all of those nice things. But right now, we have to work with the core basics. And that's what we're going to be doing today. Not the whole system, but part of the system to show a proof of concept. As hopefully by doing a small portion of it, we can check and make sure it's fun. Because if it's not fun, we didn't do that much work, so we can change it. All nice and easy. Let me get some coffee. That's pretty nice. And while I'm at it, let me open up my water bottles. Just so I can have them on hand. I like to keep one bottle of regular temperature, one of cold temperature, and usually a cup of coffee that can get swapped out here and there. It's my system for rotation. Sometimes you want cold water, sometimes you want room temperature water, and sometimes you're feeling a little bit spicy. Sometimes you go for the cold coffee, sometimes it's the hot coffee. It all kind of just depends. And that's what I like about coffee. If it's not coffee, it's tea, depending on the time of day. But overall, I like the water and something nice. And considering we're going to be programming, we're going to need the coffee. Since that timer is up, let me move you to the next screen. Hold on. I'll be excited when I can get some buttons. And let me move my microphone a little bit closer. That should be a little bit better. Hi. Alright. We go to the screen. Vámonos. Okay, today's plans are pretty simple. I always say that, but they're never really simple. Especially with last time when we were programming. We ran into a compiling error and then couldn't do anything for the rest of 20-30 minutes. Oh boy. But pretty nice and easy. The goal overall is to create a spellcasting system, and I also want to create a way to test and kind of swap out stuff to test so that when we make it bigger, it'll be easier to test. So we don't just need a way, we don't only need a system, but we need a way to test the system. That's the overview. We'll move on to the question mark, and then afterwards, we'll talk about the design, as I think before any program gets started or any coding takes place, you should map things out, as it helps with figuring out what your overall goal is. Some people use pseudocode to figure out what they want to do. I do as well, but I'm a very visual person, so I like drawing out my diagrams and my lines and charts and colors and shapes. With that said, let's move on to the question mark section, shall we? Where is it at? Ah, I found it. Now let me make sure it's ready. Last time it was didn't go too well, but this time's different. Give me one moment. I can set this all up. We'll be good to go. Let's see. This button. Nope, wrong button. I need this button. Yep. Alright. And then I'm sure if I do... nope, not like that. Never mind, that does not work. Okay, I'll do something else instead then. We'll do this. Yeah. And then I'll do this. Actually, if I do this, and then, oops, this. No, that was right. This, then this. There we go. Alright, see you over there once we get there. Now let me move over. Transition. So it seems you're stuck in an elevator. And since you've got some time on your hands, I thought, hi. Hello there. I thought I would talk about the game that we're going to be working on and give you my elevator pitch. I've got a minute to do. I've got a minute to do it. And then, if I can convince you. Let me go ahead and open up the timer up there. Now it's 5 minutes, but it's a minute. Let me move this over here so I can see the time. And then, let's go ahead and add this. There's the game. Welcome to the elevator pitch. Let me set the timer for 1 minute. Like 1 minute, 10 seconds is a little bit better as gives it a chance to wind up. Duration minutes. Oops. Let's try 1:05 maybe. Does that work? Nope. Okay. 1 it is. It's nice and simple. Alrighty then. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Welcome to my game called Necromancer. Can I start over? Okay, yeah. You know what? I make the rules here. I start over. Necrotype Cafe. Okay. We're for real this time. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, where you play as a necromancer who does not want to follow in her parents' lineage of necromancers and instead wants to become a baker. So she decides to run a cafe. And in this world, magic is run by doing poetry. And in the game, you use your keyboard to type out the poetry. By doing that, you can create all sorts of various foods, delights. You'll have to serve different customers who have different flavor types, different profiles. So you'll have to create your food to different customers' preferences. Some people want it hot, some people want it cold. Maybe someone doesn't even want a certain thing, like cake. I don't like cake. But maybe they don't want cake, for example. Hi, Q. So if they don't want that, you don't give them that. And the goal comes down to typing really quickly, making some fun food, and overall it's supposed to be quick, fast-paced, and all over the place with lots of fun animations, super cute overall, and just a fun game. And that's it. That is my elevator pitch. We're all done. Hope I convinced ya. That would be my game, Necrotype Cafe, and that is the game we're working on. This kind of just serves as an introduction to people who haven't tuned in before, or if you're still tuning in for the first time, kind of keeps you up to date with what the game is evolving into. It also helps because I can get my skills up. But indeed, hi Q, how are you? Thank you for listening to my pitch. And now that we've done that, we can go over to our concepts. Let me pull our concepts up, and then our music. Let me get that together, and then we should be good to go. Here we go. Thinking of doing some music composition just for fun? Ooh, we should. That sounds like fun. Just thinking about starting on that, but I'm not too sure quite yet. I thought some chill for our chill music, as we're gonna need the chill. And speaking of needing the chill, let me go ahead and do this flow. Now, good old Bobby boy. And to top it all off, bam! Now we're all ready. Oops, it didn't even work. Hold on. Bam! There we go. Now we're all prepped. But yeah, music. I like music, but it seems hard. But you know, if you do it, I think you learn better with time. But you gotta at least start. And I haven't started yet, but I will soon. Overall, this is kind of my messy board of my game. It's a lot. I do have a GDD, which is a game design document. However, because we're still working on the early parts of it, I haven't written down stuff yet. 15-second demos, you love some of them on YouTube. Oh, those are good, yeah. Kind of the snippets. A lot of the music I listen to is like 30 seconds long, and then it's why isn't it longer? But yeah, that's really good. 15 seconds is a great place to start. Here is what I was working on during the week, just kind of trying to figure out how the game worked, figured out the functions, as typing's all fun, but how do we make typing fun? And the goal of making this poetry-based spellcasting system is to add a level of design and a level of customization to the players in hopes of making them use it and be excited to use their spells and to cast them. Here, though, don't really need to know about most of this. I'm kind of just showing off the where we've been, how we got here. What is important to note, though, is where are we at? Oh, hold on. Here. What is important to note is, and hold on, did not write it on here. I imported my notes from my tablet. I'm not seeing them, which is a little bit of a shame. So let me double check. Oh, tablet's not here. That's fine. It was pretty simple though. We have one line for the beginning ingredient, another line for the second ingredient, and let me write that down so you can kind of see where I'm going here with it. Let me move my keyboard up and do all of this. There's all sorts of poetry you can do. I don't want the player to type out a whole story. The goal is to keep it short and brief, but still long enough that it provides a challenge to them. Oh, let me turn it on. And in saying that, it kind of eliminates a lot of poetry. The ones that came to mind were, hi Aeon, welcome. This time I remembered to notify the types of poems though I was thinking of using. Let me write on here, poetry. E-R-Y. Types were, I believe they're called, couplets. Couplets. I'm pretty sure it's couplets. Let me double check. Couplets. Poetry. Yep. Couplets are 2 lines, so you can think of them as 2 verses. So 2 verses. We'll just say that. Your verses are your lines. 2 verses. S-E-S. And that's your couplets. So let me move that over. And then couplets, which is 2 verses. And then you have your quadrants, which are, oh, I'm saying that right. Let me double check. Your quadrants, couplets poetry, quadrants poetry. And that is, series of 4 lines. The same thing, but with 4. Quadrants. A-N, might be E-N-N-T-S, which is 4 verses. Right? And these came to mind because they're shorter and they're simpler. Some other ones that came up were haikus, which are based on syllables. I'm pretty sure. Let me, again, just double check. A haiku. How do you spell haiku? H-A-I-K-U-U? Haiku. Oh, it's pulling up an anime. A haiku. Poetry. Let me be specific. Yes. So haikus are with your syllables 5, 7, 5. And I feel like that it would be pretty hard to customize, considering we'll want to swap out stuff. And I want this to be very module based. That's what I got the idea from doing 2 verses or 4 verses. For example, and this was something we thought about beforehand, was having a combination system where it is, let me pull back a little bit here, where it's 50-50 here, as in I want something that's both sweet and bitter. That's what their preference is. So you have to type out something or create a spell that's 50% sweet, 50% bitter, for example. And down here, let me find it, was 33%. And 33% is kind of hard to calculate. So I figured we either stick to 50-50 or we do 25. Because that's a lot easier to map out. So for example, your couplets would be here, and your quadrants just 1, 2, 3, 4. And I couldn't figure out how to modify or think about what could go into 2 lines. But for quadrants, it could be, first line is component 1, we'll just say flavor 1. And we'll write it out too. Flavor, or color it. Flavor 1, L-A-V-O-R 1. And then we have flavor 2, which is F. Oh, it's not too small. Hold on. Let me make it a little bit bigger. So flavor 2. A-V-O-R 2. And then your flavor 1 and flavor 2. In the third one, you mix them. And then in the final one, you get your final product. So it would be like creation. Or just your final project or product. creation. Creation. So for example, this would then translate into, let me draw a line. This would translate into sweet, bitter, a line about mixing them. So sweet, bitter, and then we combine, C-I-N-E, and we get the creation, which is a sweet, bitter cake. And I think that works better. If you have an idea for how we could do the two first, I am more than open to ideas. The hope is that we'll be able to swap the components out. So one of these lines can be swapped for flavor text and still work. That's why the haiku would kind of be a little bit tricky. Yes, sweet, bitter combine, sweet, bitter turns into, or sweet, bitter, and equal. Sweet, bitter, equal, cake. Like so. And I also came up with some other ideas. We can show them off briefly. There are flavors, right? And okay, so I have them up here. No, I did not save them up here. But I thought about, well, maybe, oh, I have it right here, look at that. There are, nope, never mind. Let me see. You're mostly working on your own art, so pardon for the side. You're completely fine. This is supposed to be a very chill, vibesy stream, something to have on and something to just listen to in the background. This is spicy. So the idea is that as the game goes on, the baseline is you're attending a wizard academy and you're serving other wizards. And these wizards, throughout the game as it progresses, gives you and helps you make more recipes and spells. So for example, maybe you serve enough pyromancers and then you unlock the flavor of spicy. Or maybe you help enough cryomancers and serve them enough, they give you the recipe of minty. And now you have something that's sweet and something that's minty. Or you have something that's bitter and spicy. So there's all these combinations. And thinking as well, it's like, well, maybe we can have some outlandish flavors, like rich, something that tastes like rich. It's very expensive, or something that tastes like death, as she's a necromancer. So maybe in the beginning, her baking or her cooking isn't that good. So everything kind of just starts off tasting like death. You get pretty low scores until you can get better at your craft. That in mind, how do we design this system? And that's what this comes down to, because if we just started in programming in Godot, we wouldn't really know where to start. So we kind of need a starting point. And I'm thinking we have to think about hierarchy and sorting and just overall organization. You have your, let me go ahead and, do we want to keep these colors? Yeah, let's change it up a little bit. Let's do this one. Does this one work? Let's check. A little bit darker, or a little bit lighter. That help? Yeah. And then let's do, instead of this orange, let's do a yellow. Something like this. Ooh, I like. Alrighty. Also, good luck with your art, Aeon. Let's see. I'm thinking you have your spell, right? Let's put that at the top in yellow. Your spell. And your spell... Shading is hard, I agree. I need all my focus to shade. Your spell consists of four... what is it called? Your spell consists of 4 verses. That's the idea behind this. You have 4 verses. Which is first. And... just copy and paste here. And do all of this. First. And then, once you cast the spell will then output those verses into a neatly versified organization. So the player will need to choose what to put here, and from those two, because these are our flavors. I'll put that down there. Flavors, O-R-S. Depending on the flavors, will change the results. Not only that though, but, and let me move this up a little bit and copy and paste here. Not only depending on the flavors, but we'll also need to figure out a place to put the output. So this is the creation. This would be your things like your cookies or your or your coffee even, as I didn't realize this, but I just have baking stuff on here. We can go beyond baking, but for now we can stick to the baking because it's a cafe, it's not a bakery. We have verse, flavor. This is a mix, so this would be combined. We would need somewhere to host mixing, and then we would need output. PUT. And then let me put this as flavors. And I'm not sure if we want to try having a separate area to keep what the mixing is, or if it's just another flavor text, but we can see. We can try to tweak things out here and there. For now, we'll just put mix. Or, yeah, mix. Makes it simpler to write than combine. That said, our spells have verses, and now we have to define a verse. And let's go ahead and write down here, verse. What is a verse? What does it consist of? What does it have? Verse, S-E. And for that, it becomes a little tricky, as your verse has your line, right? We'll just put your text. This is what you say, and then you'll be able to swap in and out all of these verses up here. However, a little tricky. I'll show you what we have right now, just so you can compare and contrast a little bit. Here is the Godot project currently. And in our scripts, we have right now a spellcaster screen and then just text. Oh, let me go ahead and while I'm here as well, reset or make the thing overall a little bit bigger. Hold on 1 second. Reload it up. That way it's nicer and easier to see. There we go. We have up here our text and our spell. This is right now acts as our spell, our spellcaster. If we go back over to concepts, what I'm thinking is we can have a way to either have... We want flavors. We want to be able to combine and change flavors. So I'm thinking maybe we just have a enum, a type to say this is our flavor. Our flavors go here. And then you can have the type of flavor. And then depending on the flavor, let's just use sweet as an example. It'll have text that has sweet. And the text is then sweet. Text will be sweet. We'll just put dun there and add an arrow. But in thinking that, I want to be able to store things a little bit easier. For example, I'd like to have all the sweet flavor text in one area, all the bitter flavor text in another area. That then means what? I'm thinking we have another thing of note is that we'll have to, if we do food, I mean, we're doing food, but if we're doing drinks, like maybe hot cocoa, how do we say that's different than our drinks? We can make that bigger later, but for now, let me drink this. Okay, I'm thinking the text, the flavors should hold their own text to make it easier and we can swap them in and out. So maybe the flavors have a name and they have a text, but I want to be able to have an area to hold all of the flavors. So overall flavor manager, something to that extent. But another thing we can do, and something I looked up as I didn't even know where to start, so it was sort of a, what? How? Resources. So let's give a try and start with that and see where we go. Let's try to make a resource for flavor on Godot and start there. We'll go back over to Godot. Resources are a way to hold your information. That's the best way to state it. It holds all of your data and you can put anything you want in there. It can be anything you want. This color rectangle is a resource, the beat, the timer, the text. And just to show what we have currently, let me quickly play the program so you can see what we've done in the past few streams. Let me make sure it's visible. Here. Oops, that's too visible. That's way too visible. Hold on. I shrink it down a bit. Like this. So the idea here is, on green, you type. And when it's not green, you don't type. And there'll be 4 lines for our 4 verses. And then you'll have to go through each line and type. Maybe we can add in the future different paces. It's not supposed to be a rhythm game. It's more so a metronome. There's no music. Maybe in the future we could do music, but for now, it's the simple metronome. And we can change the speed as well. So I can do T, H, I. Oh, I was off beat. And metronome's not fully implemented, as still kind of messing around with input. But overall, it's there. It just needs to be refined. Let's see. I, S, space, I, as, S. Oh, S. And if you get something wrong, it also tells you get something wrong. Oh, it doesn't for space. So that needs to be worked on. Oh, I did it there. You see, there's still some kinks to work out. But space, and if I do O, then it's like this. And I do A, space, oh, space, T, E, oh, E, E, S, T. So it's a little rickety, but overall the idea is there. Now we need to create a way to store, for example, this is a test. Right now we have it here in our text script, our text node, which is just, this is a text and then get text. But the goal of today's stream is to expand on this and make it a little bit more tweakable. And with that said, we have some stuff down here we've got to deal with. For now, let's make a new folder. And I want to call it spellcasting. This will hold all things that have to do with spellcasting. And then under spellcasting, let's do a, what is it called? You would do a new script or resource. Oh, it was right there. Let's see. This is all still very new to me. I've never done this before. Oops. Hold on. There we go. We go to spellcasting and then resource. Ah, okay. So this is from here. We want to make our own resource. And a word of warning, my Godot does freeze from time to time. And when it does freeze, I take a water break. That way I don't waste any time. It is not happy with me. And that was the thing as well, it's weird. My Godot didn't used to do this a while back, but now it's recently started doing it. And it's not just when I stream. It happens when I'm also working on my side project. This is all fine. While it's doing that and it's having a freak out, let's go back to concept and brainstorm a little bit more. So we can be productive. Well, it does not want to be productive. So I'm thinking we have a... I mean, it's a resource, but we can call it a class or a construct. Just something to hold it. Oh, Godot's back up. But look at that. Back we go. Alright, so where were we? We create a new script. And we will call this script, for now, let's call it our flavor script. Oh, flavor. Our flavor script. Like this. And then create. And now down here we have our flavor. And we can open the flavor and this is what we get. Which is great. We're on the right track. What comes next? We'll see. I will go ahead and open up How Resource on Firefox as... I know the general steps, I can't remember them, but I know there's general steps. So Godot, resource. Yes. And I'll take us to Godot make resource. That's what we want. Let's see. Guide on how resources work. Does this... okay, here we go. And I'll show you. The screen. Here we are. This is a website. Shows off how to make resources. We want it to inherit. And then we want it, yeah. So it needs to extend resource, and then we give it the class name of flavor. Let's go ahead and do that with, where are we? Well, because our flavors are different than our regular text, like our output. It doesn't need to be flavors, or does it need to be a verse? And then from verse is flavor. That one's tricky. Godot. What an interesting name. But yes, and that was the thing too. When I was using C++, I used a lot of inheritance, and I'm trying to move away from inheritance. Welcome. So with that, now it's like, all right, no more inheritance. But immediately my mind thinks, all right, so we need an overall base class, and then we need to add onto this base class another class so that it's a subclass of a subclass. But what if we do this class? And that's why you don't do inheritance. Usually, unless you need to. And it's good in some cases, but for stuff that's bigger, it can kind of get a little bit out of control. If it's simpler, you can kind of contain it. But overall, inheritance can go crazy very quickly. So we need to extend, or what was it again? Let's double check. It is, we need to write, where you at, Firefox? Yeah, extend resource. Let's do that. And then we need a class name. And for now, let's just call it flavor. Oh, I guess we have to capitalize it, right? Let me see. Capitalize, yeah, okay. Flavor. Perfect. Now we need an onReady var, or an export var. An export var, let's go down here, and we will call it type. And then we can do, whoa, we need to figure out what our types are first. Let's go ahead down here and we can do flavor. Kind of using flavor for everything, not too sure about that, but for now, let's do a const. Dictionary? I forget, how do you do dictionaries? Would be a D, or is it D underscore? Const, or is it underscore dic? Let me see. Godot, how to structure two dictionaries. How to, I mean, we can always fix it later. For now, I'll just do D underscore and then flavor. It's not a D underscore, it's an enum. How do you write enums? Oh boy. I always like keeping things organized, but it comes at a cost. Comes at a cost. Let me look up how enum very quickly. Let's see. Godot, how to write enum. As I did it previously, but my mind will just immediately throw it away. We don't need it, it's trash. Alright, so it's var, const var, or enum. Let me go back over here to Godot. And we need a const, we need a flavor, and then we need a, like this, and then we need an enum, like this. Or enum equals, like this. Inspected initializer after const. If I do this, is it like that? Alright, so something a little off. Let's see if we can fix it. Var enum flavor. Is that what you want? Expected variable name. Completely weird. I did this earlier and then bam, can't recall. It's more than fine. By making stuff over and over again, it gives us a good chance to put it to memory, as that is exactly what I need. So for now, I'm gonna go through this slowly, I bet. And let's go ahead and do, where are we at? Enum. Here we are. All right, I will show you. So for as I was saying, you do enum, the name, and the thing. You don't even do var. That's what I was missing. Back in Godot, it'd be enum, flavor, that. And then expected a bracket after enum name. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Enum name, gotcha. Like this? That's what it wants. All right, I can deal with that. Can we do const? I don't think you can do a const enum. Maybe you can. Let me look it up. Godot const enum. That's really good. Which part? Also, hello, welcome. Let's see. Can't assign, in Godot you can only assign an enum to a constant. I don't think you can make constant enums, unfortunately. That's all good. Maybe, but possibly not. But enum flavor. For now, let's go with sweet. And usually I've seen you want to make the enum capital letters. We have flavor, sweet. All of it, thank you. Trying, and I'm glad it's working. For now, let's do sweet and bitter. Just to have two different types to compare and contrast. And then we need to have an @export var type. And the type needs to be flavor. And then we do equal. And for now, let's have enum flavor, sweet, bitter. Maybe let's make a none, just to have it empty, kind of the default value. So then it's flavor dot none, like that. And then it's happy, as I believe, how do we check? Can we see it on here, or do we have to? Okay, that's fine. So right now we have a export var type flavor and a flavor called, or our type. So our type is our flavor. And then I think we should have an array. Yeah, an array of strings. And I believe the array that we want is, as we've kind of done it before, up here. It is a packed string array. And that organizes our strings a little bit better. So let's go back here. And I'm hoping soon we'll be able to have some sort of way to set these easier. I've seen people use spreadsheets for resources, so it's interesting. It's interesting. Let's go ahead and do a var. Let's call it var called verse, and then make it a packed string array, and we'll make it have. Let's do for now. Let's say. I'm guessing I can do this. Yeah, okay. So let's give it 3 different types. And let's say this is first one. Or it would be empty, wouldn't it? Depending on what it is. But right now, we just have an empty packed verse. And it froze again. So you know what that means. Water time. I'm thinking it's like, yeah. It's gonna be a... We'll have to set the verses. And we'll have to set the flavor. This shouldn't be too hard. Comes afterwards is tricky, and I haven't done this before, so it'll be a learning process together. But overall, we'll see. Let me get some coffee while I'm at it. And look at that, it's working again. But for now, let's just make our packed string array empty. And then we have @export var verse. So it's empty, and then we need a way to get a random verse. How do we randomize things? Let's check. We need to go back to Firefox and then go to Godot random number in range. How do we do that? Bring it back to our full screen. Zoom in a little bit. And let's see. There's a random number generator. Underlying algorithm is implementation. Okay. There's a seed and a state and a random between. Okay. And then a var rng. So I guess we have to set this variable up in the ready function, I'm guessing. And then we have to do, what do we do? My array and then pack float array. Okay, we don't need that. We need a ran from range. Yeah, that's what we need. We don't need float. We need a ran from this one. We need to, let's see. Yeah, we need to take the beginning of the array and the end of the array and make a, well, return a string. So let's go ahead and start with, let's see, a var rng random generator new. Make the random generator. I'll go back to Godot. And let's give that a go. So we need a random generator. And that's the thing as well. The random generator should probably go in something that's a global. That way we don't have to keep loading it up for everything. Let's do that as well. Let's just call this our... We'll add another resource and call this... Or, what's our global right now? I forget. Right now our global is input buffer. which is this guy right here. And input buffer, yep, has a func ready, and this right now is buffering our inputs. But for right now, what we need to do is make just an overall global. And to do that, we again go back to our new, we create a new script. We'll just call it our globals for now. And then we'll make a new. And this doesn't go in our spellcasting, it goes in globals. And then we can go back to our project settings, and we can go ahead and go to paths. We need to set it to our globals, which is here. And then it gives us a name, and we add. Okay. Now I think we'll be able to go to our globals and make a var called randomizer, or random generator. And then we can do equals random, right? Random number generator. Do we have to do dot new? Interesting. I think this works. Let's check the documentation again. Always a good place to start. Let's see. Yeah, var rng equals random generator dot new. And if we run this, right now we should be good to go, right? Yeah, okay, we're good. So far, so good. So next up, we go to our back over here. Now that we have our random generator, we need to have a func called get random first. And it returns something in our array. Return a string. Like so. And then we can say if pack string array, or if verse is, what can we say? If verse dot size, or is there an is empty function, I wonder? Yeah, if verse is empty, return no verses. And then, since it's not empty, what we can then do is, since it's not empty, we can do our, where is it at? Our globals arrays have pick random method to pick. Do they? Oh, thank you for the help and welcome. Just in time, as I was about to go through a whole process. What happens if you, well, I can just read. What happens if it's an empty array? But then, but let's see. First dot pick random. It might be something else. Is it because it's a packed string array, maybe? Let's double check. Packed string array. You can try F1 and search all the methods there. Let's give that a shot. F1. Packed string. Oops. Maybe it's read differently. Packed string. There it is. Array. Okay. No, I didn't do that. The verse is the array, and then pick random. Maybe it's something different for packed string arrays. The F1 tip's very helpful. Let's see. Packed string array. Open. Okay. And then our methods: append, remove, resize, fit, sort. Could be. No, that was really helpful. I think I want to use packed string arrays because we know a lot of strings. That was the idea here. Yeah, specifically designed to hold strings. Yeah. Difference between packed strings and typed strings and untyped. Generally faster to iterate on and modify and compared to a type. Okay. And also packed arrays consume less memory, but they're less flexible and don't offer as many conveniences. It's probably, yeah, they don't offer as many convenient methods. Yep. Iterate on and modify than untyped arrays. Interesting. Packed strings array, it's just saying it might be helpful, it might not be helpful. But that's good for further use. If I do need to randomize an array in the future, I'm glad to have that information. Thank you. Is it help? Let's see. If verse is empty, return no verses. Otherwise, we need to do ranged. We need to do random underscore, oh, not random. We need to do globals dot random generator dot randy range, I believe. Let me double check. We do int state and rand. Yeah, int reindeer range from size 0 to verse dot size. There we go. And it returns that. And that should work, I believe. Not all paths. Let's see. Not return value of type int because the function... What? Oh, I see. Okay. It needs to do verse like that, right? Yep, figured it out. Okay, so this should be good to go. We just need a way to set our verses now, and then we can give it a go and try it out. But right now we have our flavors, and let's go ahead, I guess, and make a new folder for just flavors. We'll call this our... Oh yeah, this might get repetitive or redundant. Flavors. Folder name is valid. Yep. So I guess we can put our flavors in our flavors. Flavor, and then we can make a, for example, a we would need to create new resource, right? Because resources hold on to things. If we're loading a resource, how does that work? They want a thing to hold something. Maybe we do a spellbook, and the spellbook has a list of resources they can pull from, or a spell manager, something of that nature is how we can do it. Let's see, flavor, and then flavor comes up. Isn't that cool? Oh, there we go. And we'll just call this sweet. The sweet flavor. And then we can have, if we click on it, I believe, right? Yeah. It has type, which is all of that. And we need a way to set the... We'll need a way to set the strings. As for how, what could be a good way? Oh. Well, there is always just having a, for example, all of it written here, which is good. If I make the system bigger, I want to have a better method. Again, though, because this is the prototype, it technically doesn't have to be the most optimized. And that's something I always get stuck up on, is just optimization first, even when we don't even have a project. So I'm trying to get better at for fast and dirty. That's the ideas I have to have. That's the method I have to choose. So for right now, what's the fast and dirtiest way to do it? And then we can make it slow and clean later. We have our type, which works. It gives us our type. We have a type. That's the spell. So is the type... I feel like I'm structuring this correctly. Because this is a flavor, yes. And that flavor is made. This is the flavor types. And it's like, well, what's the point of having a flavor if... What's the point of having a flavor type if we're just double going back and forth, saying flavor, flavor, sweet, sweet. That's a lot to keep track of, and I don't want to keep track of it. So for now, I'm thinking, how can we do this? What's the best way? Not the best way. What's a way? Maybe that's better. I don't think what we have works. I definitely don't. Because again, we have this sweet called sweet, and that's sweet, which is nice, but then how do we edit the... All this talks of flavors makes you hungry? What if you were to go to a cafe, what would you get? I am definitely a sweet fan. Probably get a nice sweet coffee type. But I'm thinking, yeah, flavors having an enum is good. But verses, I'm thinking it needs to have a way to get the verses. Right now, my concern is storing Black Arc Your Soul. Another black favorite. Yeah, I can see black. I tried black for a little bit, but it was too bitter, and I like sweets. But I'm thinking, get random verse works, but we need a way to have the sweetness. If we have all of the sweet and options here, does that work? Do we need it to be a resource? Can it just be a node, for example? Things like that. And that all just comes back to the structuring of how we want to do things. If we go back to concept, we need a way to compile 4 verses together. Right now, we're just working on these 2 verses, but 2 verses need a flavor, and from the flavor becomes the verse. The flavors have different verses, and then we can just swap out verses. So just maybe what we need is a verse resource, possibly. And then from there, we can make... Yeah, structuring is always tricky. Perhaps what we can do is do some sort of... Overall, we need a verse. We need a verse, and we need a verse type. And that verse type can be a flavor. It could be a mix, or it could be an output. For now, let's just say options type. Yeah, let's just say type. And I'll do here, type. Okay, it is. You can't see it. Type. And if it is a sweet type, or a flavor, we need to get the text of the flavor. It's kind of the hierarchy we have right now. Hi! Oh, or ooh, which one? Welcome. Let's see. Flavor, first type flavor, and then text. That's the overall structure and the overall idea, because we can have as many flavors as we want, but they all have to have a text. That is a requirement. So maybe we don't need a resource, we need a class? Which then begs the question, what's the difference between a resource and a class? And I'm still learning resources. I thought resource would be the holy grail, but oh, what does that face for? The dual or oh, well, you never said. Let's see. First type, flavor, and text. That is what we want. And we want a way to retrieve the text and also randomize it. That's where the randomizer comes in at. We'll type in, or not type, but write randomizer. Like that. And since we need to have a flavor, it doesn't matter what the flavor is. The flavor needs to have a name. So I guess, yeah, we don't need an enum, maybe. We need a name. But the name can just be an enum, or it could be a string. Kind of depends. But the flavor profile, I don't think matters. We need a string, and then we can maybe compare strings for now. That's the best way I can think of it without going into enums. Our flavor has a name, and the flavor is a flavor, and it needs a name, and it needs text. And then we can just extend from that and set the name and the text. How do we create a flavor template? That's what we need. Or a dictionary and a dictionary. Ah! Why do you speak those magic words to me? Oh boy. Probably, but I don't want to think about it. But a dictionary, yeah, and a dictionary. We can think over it. Your dictionary has your key and your key and your, what is it called? Your key and your type, or is it key? It's key and something. Your key and then what you're accessing. And then in the dictionary, you're going too deep. So key, and then you need another key with your entry. And if we do it that way, maybe the key is flavor. And then depending on the flavor, we access the type. The key, I'm saying it a little bit wrong, but yeah. You had a dictionary and a dictionary for character stats. Gets confusing a little for me because you're a noob. Well, I'm a noob as well, but it works. If it works, I mean, it's better than not working. My issue is, once I start to expand it, I don't want it to get really confusing. I've seen some people use programs for keeping their base and all of their resources together, all of their scripts, their words, everything together. And it seems handy. Some people use Google spreadsheets. That might be a way we can do it. For right now, I wanted to just try using Godot itself, and then maybe we can shift it a little bit later. But thank you for the dictionary and a dictionary idea. A flavor, and then depending on the flavor, we have a list of text. Yeah, okay. Oh, I didn't mention it as well, but the flavor, the verse will need to have a verse type, as with your quadrants, they can follow a pattern. I do want them to follow a pattern. So it's A, B, A, B. And that will make this a little bit more difficult. But for right now, let's just get verse working. And I think Dictionary might have to be the key here. Literally. Let's give it a go. Key in our flavor in our text. Alright. At least we have some sort of direction. Right now we have our... It's right now an enum. I don't think that'll work. It's nice, but when we have to have specific things called sweet, this is sweet and the enum is sweet, kind of defeats the purpose of an enum, I think. We could just get the name. So if we have a verse, which is a packed string array, okay. What we, maybe, we can do, maybe it doesn't extend a resource, maybe it extends a node. Always a little tricky. Right now, I think, let's not have it extend anything. Let's just make it, we can do this right. We can just call it a class. Yeah, okay. What I'd like to do then is think about that dictionary for now, at least. We have our flavors, and we have our verses. What we then need to do is have a dictionary. So our var, and we need to have a, I mean, we can change the name later, but a overall way to say it. CD underscore, and it's like arrays, dictionaries, how do you type it, how do you, it gets confusing, but it's more for clarification. For now, let's not do the underscore, let's just do, verse book. How about that? Verse book. Verse book. And then we can do var verse book. It is a dictionary. A dictionary. Dictionary. And then we can do... all of that stuff goes here. So for example, a dictionary and a dictionary. Do we need a dictionary? Well, we have these verses, right? And depending on the verse, we have the linking. So I guess for now, at least, this would be our var verse. And then, how can we do it? I'm thinking overall, right now, again, just organization. Now, right, fast, dirty. Okay, var verse. Oh, it froze. So coffee break time. This is tricky though. I think half the part of programming comes down to how you decide to structure things. As if you structure poorly, or if you choose the wrong, or not wrong, but less efficient. If you choose the least efficient option, you can end up having quality issues, performance issues, all of those things, and it just ends up being really a spaghetti mess. And I don't want spaghetti. Okay. So for right now, let's just say we have not verse. These are all of our verses. And we have our sweet verse. We have our bitter verse. Or maybe we should say verse sweet. That might be a little bit better. Verse sweet, we have verse bitter. And we have verse default. Like that. And since these are kind of up here, let's put them in there that way. And as far as that packed string array goes, we just have it empty. It doesn't need to have anything. And then we can do verse sweet. So for this one, we say this is a sweet. This is a sweet. This is a candy. Maybe this is a sweet. Candy taste nice. And then one more. Candy corn is great. There we go. Hello? Hi. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. I'm thinking of doing... It's not lagging on YouTube, is it? Is that why? Hold on. Let me double check. Oh. No, it is working. Oh, I don't know then. But yes, welcome. And let's see. First book dictionary. That one can just be... Oh, no, we need bitter, don't we? Let's see. Yeah, Godot. And I'm a fan favorite of it, but I haven't used it much, so I'm hoping more I do this, the more I can get better at Godot and the more games I can make. Now, as for bitter, let's see. Black coffee. How about that? We have black coffee. We have sugarless coffee. And then we have bitter, the opposite of sweet. How about that? And then in our dictionary, we can take our types. So our type, or did we call it flavor? We called it flavor. We'll go back up here, our flavor. Our flavor dot none. Use Scratch because it's simple. To each their own. I used to use Scratch, and I did like it, but truth be told, Godot's I was so confused when it came to Scratch. I found Godot to be a lot easier. Scratch is like a minefield. Which is, it's so surprising because it's like, it's supposed to be simple, but it's not. I got a headache doing it. Godot's been far nicer for me. I think it's because I get to type, and I like typing. Now, how we structure these dictionaries, let me double check. Dictionary. Let me type it in. And for dictionary, it is structured how? Ah, okay, it's just like letters, yeah. And I do like that part about it. I like how you can just clip things into place. Flavor none, and then we need to do verse underscore default. Like this? A little off. Let's see. Also, can I just put these commas here? Usually the standard. Okay. Let's go ahead and do It looks to be that's how you do dictionaries. You can see here you have your key. It's called a value. Your key and your value. That should work. For some reason, we have our key and then we have our value. And it says expected closing after elements. Maybe like this? No. What do you want from me, Godot? Maybe this? Brackets could be curly? Yeah, it does say something about expected closing. Curly, and then curly. Yep, thank you. So let's go ahead and do that for our flavor that is sweet. And then our flavor that is bitter. And then verse sweet. And verse bitter. Like so. And then now we can go down here. If verse dot is empty equal no verses. Yeah. If verse, if type equal type dot none. We can then return, is it type? No, it's let's see. Do we have type anymore? No, we do have type. You're gonna leave subbed. Thank you. Welcome to sticking around. Let's see, if type equals, not type, it would be flavor. Flavor dot none, right? Return no type selected. This is just so we can have ways to tell as something goes amiss. Amok. So now let's see. If verse, oh, hold on. Verse is not declared. Okay. Well, if type equals flavor, we kind of gotta switch it up a little bit. If type equals flavor dot none, all right? And then we do if verse underscore book, and then we do our type, right? Because that's our key, is empty, return no verses. And then if we get down here, there's stuff in here, and then we can do, if that's true, we return this and this. And then we need verse book type. That's nice. This is a little bit of long thing. So I'll do instead up here. That's true. Then we can set we'll set it to do our verse, our var verse, which is a packed string array, equal to here. And then what we can do is do if verse empty, if first we'll return verse book. And I can shorten it down. Why we're not looking at a whole headache of code. I think this works. Possibly. The only issue is the type and everything. And for that, now I think this might be where resources comes into play at. I'm not too sure. Maybe what we can do is do, for now, nodes. We have a node, and then, well, node 2D. We just need a base node. And then, delete, and then be able to duplicate. We'll just call this our sweet node. EET. And then we'll call this our bitter node. And then what we can do is do, I believe we can just connect the script, right? Attach script, bum bum. Where are you at? It would be in spellcasting, flavors, flavor GD. And then path, yep. And I'll copy this to make it easier. And then we just attach those scripts. Okay, so now we have our types up here, which is great. And then we can just select sweet and bitter, I think. And then now what we need to do, I just want to make sure we can get the verse. That's important. If we go back to our spellcaster screen overall right now where we're handling everything, we have new text and we have no text. So at our ready function, we need to drag over our sweet and bitter. Let's go ahead and do that. Probably need a way to make these spells, which would come down to constructing everything. For now, we're just testing to see if it can recall this information. Let's see. Cannot assign a value of type node to variable sweet. Huh? What does that mean? Is it because it's not the right variable type? Maybe? Because it's an empty node? Most likely. Screen froze, so water break time. Just in time too. Alright, let's try changing this to a node 2D and see if that helps. If I just change it to... Oh, thank you for the follow! Welcome! Or subscription since it's on YouTube. Let's go ahead and change these to node 2Ds. Now does it work? My question is, why wouldn't this work? We have our on-ready var, which we're calling our sweet flavor, and our bitter flavor. Is it because maybe it is... Let's see. But value... Oh, no! Now it works for some reason. Right? Nope. Now it doesn't work again. Okay. So something's up. This does not work. And why it doesn't work? Maybe because... Oh, I think I know. It has to inherit. Inherit, did I say that right? So for example, it has to extend. Extends node 2D. Really just needs to extend node. And then we can go ahead and, I guess again, change the type back to what we had it at. Back and change type. Like so. And then, yep. Go back to our here. And now it's happy. Yep, that was the issue. It wasn't taken from any nodes. So we have our sweet flavor. And then if we just hit shift and control, you can click on bitter and drag it in. Oh, nice and easy so far. So now what we can do is possibly down here in our ready function. Right now we have current verse set to new text.getText. And we want to change this so that it takes something from our sweet and something from our bitter. let's just try getting it from our suite. How do we do that? I'm thinking we just type suite dot get random verse. Oh, that works. Okay. So if we do this, current verse equals new text dot get text. If we do suite dot get text, what happens? Ooh. Take a look at that. It's working. And then all we have to do now is just set it up to have it come after everything and then after every verse. But the good news is working, and I'm pretty sure if I just C-A-N-D-D-D and say a few kinks, but overall, D. I am not typing the right letter. Or I am, but yeah, okay. This is good news. We can definitely work out the beat system later. The goal was to get it in a state, and it is. So that works for me, but this is great. Now we have a sweet get random verse. Yep, thank you. You helped a lot. I wouldn't be here today if I didn't have that help. Right now we have a spellcaster screen. I think we need to make a spell maker. I think that should be our next object. Now, I'm not sure, do you make it a scene or is it just a node with text? I'm pretty sure it's just some sort of node, right? Or spell maker. When you do components, I believe, and I can just double check too as well, go to the good old YouTube. I'm glad to have it working though. You've done very little with what you know. Thank you though. Oh, I mean, 2 heads is better than 1. And multiple heads is even better. Godot. What is it called? Inheritance versus composition. So I need to type composition. And what do we get? Yeah, they use no TDs. Okay. Let's go back to here, the screen. Can you hear it? Oops. Hit something I wasn't supposed to, I think. Let me turn it up.
They need. In this case, we have 3. Let's bring back in the tree from
and
the earlier
then
example. Because
make it a little faster.
Don't care what class you're extending from,
Playback
we can
speed.
simply attach a health component and a hitbox component to the
and
tree.
then we just need to figure out what the
damage function health to max
thing
and
is.
I'll add a damage function and take an attack
Yeah.
from this video and subtract that damage from the health.
Right now, the health is component. So I think, yeah,
add a new area 2D object.
It just needs to be a node TD.
We can
And then we
specify more
can
specifically a
use the
health
components.
inside of the
Oh,
inspector. You can see
thank
that it
you
only
for the
highlights things that
follow.
classify
I
as
mean,
health components.
Hold on. I don't think I read that right. No, I don't think I did. And it's not popping up either. I do want to say thank you, so let me... Yeah, thank you for the follow. Let me go back to here and reopen everything. Go back to Godot. I do want to get the name though. So let me quickly do that. Okay, we're good to go. I'm not seeing anything different. But thank you indeed. I don't know why I can't see my activity list, but I still appreciate it. Back to here, we have... Now we need to do flavors, and we need a spellcaster. We need to create a node, just a simple node. I'm thinking we do a scene with a 2D node, and we'll call it our spell maker. That'd probably be best. Our spell maker. Now I don't know if we should use spaces, but I'm all for spaces. Our spell maker. And I'll bring this into here. It's empty and it's new, which is great. This is where we're gonna host all of our spells at. And our spell maker will have its own script. And this is where we can compile all of our stuff. Because right now we have a way to print everything, but we need a way to combine and gather the spells. So from here, gonna post your art on the Discord. You think for the most part it's done? Other than touching up and adding a few things for the character sheet. Ooh, I'm excited to see. I will be very excited indeed. The spell maker is responsible for combining versus Combining, now the thing is as well, do we want it to combine everything together, or do we just want it to keep track of the strings? I'm thinking we do an array instead of a packed string array. Or maybe we should do a packed string array. Combining versus... Our spellmaker should keep... What should it do? Because right now, our... Whoa. Let me try to speak through this. In our func ready, right now we have our verse. What this does, what our spellcaster screen does, is set up our spellcaster. So our current verse is whatever we give it. And that's the important part. And depending on what the current verse is, it takes care of everything else. So right now we just need to make the verse, or make the spell. And that's where the spell maker comes in. That's what we want to do, make the spell. How do we make the spell? We're going to need a verse 1, 2, 3, and 4. And let's do that. Our verse 1 is a flavor. Our verse 2 is a flavor. Our verse 3 is a description. And our verse 4 is a description. They're both descriptions, but 4 is kind of a little bit different in the way that it does... It's your result. And your result can be the name of the object you're making, for example. So I guess we'll say it's a result. But it's still a description, technically. That's the spellmaker's job. And then we need a way to set and get everything when it comes to making spells. But for right now, I think we can add our flavors back. If we go into our scene and we add a node 2D, and then we can call it Flavor Keeper. Something like that, maybe. Flavor Keeper. And then what we can do is do another script and make it Flavor Keeper. Or maybe this should be our flavor dictionary, right? Our Flavor Keeper has all of our flavors in it. It's responsible for maintaining our flavors, or do we just have a folder of flavors? I'm thinking Flavor Keeper in the sense that it'll have all of our flavors and it can categorize. Do we need that? I'm not too sure. And it froze again. You know what time it is. Water. Very nice. And then we can go and do... Oh, nope. Still doesn't want to work. Okay. I'm not too convinced on the dictionary idea, but it is working. That's the important part. And it's 3:30 right now, so we've been at this for about 2 hours? Since we started around 2-ish. 2 to 3. No, 1 hour 30 minutes. My mistake. And it's still frozen. But if it's still frozen, I guess I can sip on a coffee for a little bit. I'm happy with the progress so far, though. It just needs a little bit more tweaks. Right now, I'm thinking a library's good. The reason... Let me try to say it a little bit differently. Let's go to concepts so I can show you. Because if we know the goal, then we can accomplish it a little bit better. Oops. If it'll let me click it and drag it, but... Ah, I'm in pan mode, that's why. Okay, so in the game, for example, let's say you have a cake, that's your food. But the cake is just a cake. It doesn't have anything attached to it. This is as basic as a basic cake gets. And then the cake has 2 flavors. You have your flavor 1, and we'll just say flavor plus flavor. Like this. But depending on the flavor combination, the cake item changes its image. That's why it needs to know what type of flavor it is, or flavor combination. Well, I can go ahead and drag this down here, like this. Because if it's sweet and sour, it might be one thing, or if it's another combination, it might be something else. So the cake needs to know the flavor type. And I'll go ahead and add a little bit of a cherry, and then maybe we can add some lines to this cake for the different types. So because of this, that's why I think enums would be important, because it would be able to tell us what types We need a way to input the types and set the types. And then the spell maker will, from those two types, combine everything. So the spell maker needs to know the... Thank you for the follow. Welcome, Brett. Hope you like the art. Gonna head out. Thank you. I'll be sure to look at it after stream. But thanks for coming. So we have our two flavors. The spell maker is responsible for combining everything. If we go back up here, yeah, this is our spell maker. It needs to have two flavors, and we have to give the two flavors from somewhere. That's why I thought the flavor keeper will be a good idea, but now that I'm thinking about it, probably not. When the player inputs a flavor, how does it show up on screen? They are going through menus and everything and setting the flavors. So right now, what we need to do, I think, is have either an array or... yeah, we can have some sort of array and maybe set an array. If we have our spellmaker up here, we can have some sort of var and call it spell. For now, let's make it a packed string array. And then empty. And 1 second. After that, we need a var. Oops. var called make spell. And it will return a packed string array. String. Oh, am I not doing this right? Not a var. A funk. There we go. Return packed string array. And for right now, it returns an empty array. Does that work? Okay. When you make the spell function, it will give you a spell with your current stuff in your packed string array. Now we just need a way to give it a flavor 1, a flavor 2. Oops, I also just realized you couldn't see me. How long has that been happening? Let's see. Our var string, can we get a little bit more space down here so I can see? Yeah, so now we just need a way to get the verse and the flavor. We need a var for flavor 1. A var, we need flavor 1. And it needs to be, now this is where the enums would come in handy at, because we could give it an enum to do the flavors. So maybe, flavors might have to be global, because this is where the flavor would go. Oh, maybe it is global, I don't know. It is a thing here. That's interesting. Inside of our flavors, I'll get rid of flavor keeper for now, as I don't know if we'll need it. Okay, so if we go back to our flavors, we have our flavors and our enums. It's referencing this, which is not what we want it to do. It is checking for the flavor from the flavor types, but it's like, how can we get the enums? Is this where we keep the enums all in flavor? That would make sense. Maybe for now, at least, that is a good place to hold it. Go back to our spell maker, and it is flavor, var flavor dot flavor, or how do you say that? Flavor dot flavor. Let's see, that's not working. It would be our enum. For var one's flavor dot flavor, and then it'd be, for example, I guess again it'd be flavor dot flavor dot. Ah, it does pop up. It's so cool. It is a little bit of a lot. This would be our flavor bitter, our flavor sweet. For now, we can set the var as an export, so that would be at export rate. And if we save that, nope, it does not work. Unidentified expected. What does that mean? I'm curious. Right now our export is export var. Maybe that's why we didn't do a var. There, okay. And normally that flavor 1 is a flavor dot none until you choose it. If we go back to our spell maker, we should see flavor 1. Look at that. And then we have none, sweet, and bitter. And then we have our var export flavor.flavor2. It's a little bit of a mouthful for now. And that brings us to here. I think, what we need then instead, a little bit of component making, not too much. Component in the sense that, no, we'll be fine. We don't have to, hopefully. We'll see. I'm thinking, because everything in here has a packed string array. The flavor will have it, the description will have it, the results will have it, and the description will have it. It's like, we can't really go around that. But these two aren't flavors, which is my thing. So because these two aren't flavors, how do you mix it up? And I'm thinking we can take the verse part out of it, possibly, and then do it that way. Maybe we can make it a type. These are flavors, so this works. And then, because right now this flavor deals with flavors, so maybe what we need to do is make one that deals with the other types. We have our spell casting, and then we have a create new script, and maybe we can call this script description? No, spell verse. I think that's a little bit better. Spell verse, and then we can do create. It goes in here, and then if we open our spell verse, it can instead extend. And kind of move this up here a little bit. And go back here. Extends node. That's right. And then we have a class name called spellverse. Class underscore name, and then we have spell underscore. I think we can do spaces, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Nope, has to be like this. And I'm wondering, how does Godot say their names? We can give that a try and see if it does or does not. But it froze, so copyright. Hello, hello, welcome! Welcome back! And currently in the middle of a coffee break as I wait for Godot to realize that I mean it no harm. And until then, I guess I'll grab some water too. Oh, there it is. We're good to go now. I'm doing great. I'm really excited. It's a little hard getting to wait all week to work on this. Now I'm thinking, can I work on it during the week, or is it better to save it for stream? Because I'm having fun doing this. This is, oh man, I could do this all day, 24/7. I'd love it. Until I wouldn't, because of bugs. But for now, we're good. Right now, we're trying to, I don't want to say inheritance, but it's kind of like inheritance. I want to get some of this and move it into spell verse. That's what we really need to look for. Our spell verse has a our spell verse, how can I say it? Because our default type is the verse. The verse is a single thing, but the verse might be categorized as witty or something else. So it's thinking that, okay, well, maybe the verse has a default, well, not default. This is just our verses. And then from there, you choose a random verse. That's the idea behind spell verse. And then in our flavors, we can just override this, is what I'm hoping for. And then you can kind of mix and match a little bit. So if we do this, func get random verse, this thing seems very difficult. Oh yes! And the worst part is I'm probably making it a lot more difficult than it needs to be. The thing we want to do is have a system where our spellmaker can choose a random verse for each of these categories, and then it mixes them together. But we need to figure out a way to mix them together. For example, in our flavor, we have different flavors, and then we have text, and it's pulling from that text. The question then becomes, all right, how do we get there? started at resources, it didn't work out so well. I'm thinking get random verse. And all this is going to do is see if versus, if our flavor becomes the spell verse, or if it has spell verses, that could make things a little bit easier. Like spell verse dot, okay, yeah, this might work. So get random verse, and then we do verse. Get random verse. If the issue is it's like versus verse, kind of makes you think a little bit differently. But spell versus might be a better way to say it. It's never just one. Let's rename. How do we rename? Is it here? Ah, okay. Spell versus. Let's call it spell versus instead. And then all spell versus is it has a verse or a versus, and then we can get the verses. So func versus, if verse is empty, we'll do that here. And then we can do, if verse is empty, return no verses. Otherwise, return a randomized verse. And then we can do return verse at random verse.size. This should work. Oh no, versus. Here we go. And that works. And then in our flavors, what we have here, we can, that's the thing I don't know, is it's like, if we go up here and we make a, for example, dictionary, great, for our, well, we have a dictionary, but I'm saying if we have a var and we call it sweet, sweet, can we then make it a versus? Ah, we can make it a spell versus. The var sweet spell versus. Okay. And then you'd be able to equal. Interesting. Does Godot have constructors? I am curious. Does Godot have constructors? Let's take a look. Does Godot have constructors? And the answer to that is interesting. What is it for? Poetry. It's going to be the spellcasting system. Right now, hold on, let me do this just to block it out. I run it the program right now. Oops. Hold on, now I gotta go back to my, where is that? Here. Current verse equals, and undo this. Oh boy, now, hold on. Wrong screen. Okay. Here. This is the screen currently, and what we're working on today is figuring out what code to put. I mean, not what code, what text. So this is just filler text for now, that this is a test. And what we're doing is making a way to generate poems. And poems will be the text that you type to. That's the idea here. And these poems will consist of 4 verses. These poems consist of 4 verses, and if I can find my way back. They have 4 verses, and then those will be 4 lines, and then you can type them out. And the idea behind making them separate is that you'll be able to mix and match. So you can get some flavor text. You can come up with different ways to say something, but still the same thing-ish. Let's see here. I'm thinking of doing something like this. The only thing is if you're making a class, oops, we need to be in spell verses. If you're making a class in it, it's like, I'm thinking we do it at ready, possibly. And then we just do, because I want to have a way to just do overall spell stuff. The way flavor can work is that it will have, instead of the dictionary, it'll have the spell verses. And then we compare our, we compare our enums to the spell verses. And that might work a little bit better, depending on how we can set everything up and everything. Set everything up and everything. Now I'm wondering is, how can we set the stuff? And I'm thinking, let's check. If we have a func, let me subtract this a little bit. Func underscore ready, and we do sweet dot. Okay. Get random versus dot versus. This works, which is interesting. I'm not too sure how private and public classes work, or if that is even a thing in Godot. But we want to get our verses or set our verses. It's like, is this a setter or is this a getter? I wonder. For now, what we can do is do, oops, go back to our flavors. In our func ready, we make sweet dot verses equal, and then we can do, where are we at? Sweet dot verses equals here. And right now it doesn't look the nicest, only because I think this is the wrong format. But it should help us in the long run, at least I'm hoping. So our sweet dot verses, and then we need our bitter dot verses. And we can just move those down here and move this. Our sweet verse and our bitter. And then we can move down here and do our sweet verses and our bitter verses. And this is just to test. But I think this might work a little bit better as everything is now a verse. So if you're a verse, we know you're just a string, an array of code, or an array of strings. It's a little bit better to say. So then our sweet dot verses equals, and this will be our bitter, which should still work. Verse sweet is not in the current scope. So now we can just do sweet and then do underscore verse. I think that is a good way to say it, because then you can see it says verse in the beginning. We just have to add, oops, unless it freezes, in which case, coffee break time. Oops, I want to spell it. It's cold by now, but it's still really tasty. That's all that matters. Now it's frozen though. Water. Okay. I am curious to see how people are making their resources. In the sense of, oh, there we are. Okay, the sweet verse, bitter verse, and then we need to do the underscore down here. And this should set it right? Yep, okay. And that just sets them to pair, and we should still get stuff. So if we go back to our spell caster, and we do sweet dot get random verse, this should still work, I believe, as if we go back to our flavor, this should override it, is what I'm thinking. And let me check how to override function. Override function in Godot. And let's see. I think you just do it. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. If we do all of this and we go back into our spellcaster screen and click play. Oh, okay. Invalid assignment of property key versus when a value type of array on a base object of nil. We might be in a little bit of trouble here. Perhaps. As I think because we're putting it in ready. Can we do yeah, I definitely think because we moved it. I just want to get it out of this dictionary for now. Var sweet spell versus equal. I'll do exactly. I don't know. Turn this down just a little bit. Okay. So the hope is moving it somewhere else will make it easier to read. But then again, it's having a little trouble setting it. So if we make that's what this is right now. It's a verse sweet and it's verse bitter. And then we link that up to our flavor types. But the verse sweet and verse bitter need to have a pack string array. Oops. And right now, I can't really read it. And to sort everything, I'm not too sure. If we go back to here, what is it right now? Right now it is var sweet bitter flavor. Okay, sweet and bitter. Okay. And in our sweet, it's just here, and then we check if it's sweet. Okay. What I'm thinking is because this flavor is global, is it? No. Okay. So we're good in that aspect. But when we play it, our sweet, let's see, self 0 verse default for sweet null. Ah. Okay. We do need some sort of initializer. And is there a way to do that? I wonder. Well, there is a way, but how? Let's see. Bring it back over here to our full screen. I'm looking right now at the overrideable functions. Right, let's see. User contribution. No, we don't need any of that. We just need a initializer, an empty constructor. How does Godot come up with those? Let me research. Go empty constructor for class and see what I can find. Would it be better to have all your text as global? Possibly. I'm thinking that'd be a good idea to have. Yeah, there is an init before ready. Ah, yeah, that's exactly what I'm seeing right now. Look, you're on the right track. My hope is that I'll be able to have all of the text somewhere, and I won't have to go looking for it. That's what I want it to be, so I don't have to have it at the top before that enter tree. Here you have. Yeah, you're talking about init. That's what this was. And it says you can use the name constructor patterns. Okay. So then creates your instance like, okay. You can override init with parameters already. No need for your own create method. Okay. So where does init go? Does it go? Would it go in here? For example, our func underscore init. And then we can just say expected indented block. Right now, it's saying it's empty. My trouble is when we initialize it, what do you put? Hold on, let me find it. What do you put here after your equal? What goes after equal? Right now, this is saying it's empty. Do we have to say, for example, maybe spells versus dot new? I know that's a thing. I'm not sure if that's the thing we need. We could not parse global class from spell versus. Ah. It's needing to be global is what it's saying. If I do all of this, what's it saying now? Whoops. Spell versus. Yeah. If that is an instance of a class, then that is how you do it. Find instance again? Like a copy, right? I don't want to make everything global. Spell versus. You can see. We add spell versus. Just want to see if it even fixes the issue we have. And we add valid name must not collide with an existing global. Oh, hold on. Spell versus. Imagine like you're adding and creating a new node, then adding it as a child. You're creating a new node and then adding it as a child. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. Invalid name must not collide with... Oh. I think because these aren't linked to anything, they run automatically, right? And where are we at? Spell versus? These are automatically global, I think. But if we're initializing, yeah, if that is an instance of a class, then that is how you do it. Yeah. That's the case. Maybe... It's so tricky. Is there a way to get the notes or the text? I'd like to be able to just have flavor types and then have inside of flavors. If they are under autoload, they are global. Otherwise, they are not. Yeah, I didn't see it. Oh, I didn't realize you can't see what I'm looking at. Hold on. Here. And let me zoom enhance. I'm not seeing it in here, which leads me to believe it's not a global, but it says could not parse global. What does that mean? He's trying to say you're global or you're not global. Which one? Thinking resource-wise, though. You can check when a game is running as well under a tree. They're all united in your tree. Oh. Well, it's not running right now. If I try to run it, it'll crash it. But I'll try next time it starts running. Var verse sweet bitter spell versus. Yeah. I want to be able to hold an array of strings. That's the goal. And right now, it's not quite working. The idea behind it is that you can just drag and drop your different flavors, and your flavors have types. Where is your spell versus? Spell versus is here, and it's not in the project globals. At least that it's saying. You can see here. Oops. Hold on. You can see here. It's not in here. The spell versus. Don't know. Try adding a pass there under the init. Sure. Pass. And then go back to our spell caster. Oh, our flavors. Coding's weird. Very wacky. So many times. Like, yeah. If you wish to have all your text united from your scene tree and be accessed, you can add it as global. That, yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking, is global needed? Is global not needed? Maybe? I'm trying to keep my globals to a minimum, but it might not be worth it. I tried to open the game, and right now it is freezing. So that's great. And that also means coffee. You think you were getting the error because your spell... Yeah, I agree. But that was a weird error message to get. I wouldn't have been able to figure that out, so once again, thank you. Oh, here we are. So, we're back to the same problem we had. Invalid argument of property key or key versus a value of type array on base object of type nil. And my thing is, if we did this dot new, right? That's what we have to do? You're gonna run that node anyway? Yeah, that's true. But if we're in a different menu, that's what it was saying. Like, for example, if you're in the main menu, you don't really need to have the other stuff there. But again, I think I'm just overall... Where are we? Trying to assign a value of type object to a variable of type pack string array. Ah, okay. So now that we have this here, if type flavor equals none, now what we have to do is do... If verse... Oh, no, not var verse. What we have to do here is do var verse book. Let's see. Right now it is... Yep. This is a pack... Well, no, it's not the pack string, right? It is the spell verses. So you have to do type dot versus. I'm pretty sure that's what you have to do, right? Because in here we have our versus pack string array. Let's see. Yep! It's working again. Wonderful. Here, I'll show ya. This is great news. Oh, hold on. Unless it doesn't wanna let me go to this screen for a second so I can check. And then I'll go to studio mode and go back to Godot. And quickly toy around with these menus for a second as having a little bit of a meltdown. Oh, could also be because of audio. Hold on. Okay. And then we go back to this class, go back to plop them out. Maybe I can close and reopen. Oh no, we're good now. Here we go. Okay. It is. We're getting somewhere. This is a suite. So perfect. And then, also interesting to note is the timing's a little off, but I'm pretty sure it's a computer thing. We'll probably have to figure that out though. Make it seamless so it's not freezing. But I'm wondering if that's because my computer's freezing. I'm not too sure. But it's good news that that's working now. Well, it's great news. And now that that's working, if we go back in here, and then we, oh, not there, spellcaster, spellmaker. Great news, yeah! We're back on the move again. It's wonderful. So in our spellmaker, we have our 2 flavors. And right now, those flavors should make things. But now what we need to add is another flavor type. So our, well, not flavor type, our spell versus. So for example, we have, we can just do it down here. And if we do var description, and we'll do versus, just to make it a little bit easier. Versus description, and then we do, what is it? Spell versus equals spell versus dot new. Now, I know the dot new function was always something to be very afraid of. Is that the same for Godot? Is it a thing of you create and you allocate memory and then you gotta go back and delete it? Maybe if I click it. No, it doesn't do that. But let me see, because that is important. I don't want any data leaks. That would be a disaster. We need to go back to our spellmaker. This is versus description, and this is versus result. But we need to know, if I go back to our here, what happens when you use dot new? Godot. When do you use dot new? Okay. Hoping this can give us insight. Welcome, welcome! Don't worry about the new creates a new instance. Don't worry about memory management. Godot manages it through. Ah, thank you. That helps a lot. Hi, indeedy. Yeah, perfect timing again. Alright, if that's the case, we don't have to worry about new. And since that is the case, when we do func make spell, all we have to do is do, oh, hold on. We need a ready, right? A func for ready. And then we need to have, if the reference count of that instance goes to 0, it removes it from memory. Ah, so it takes care of it for you. You don't have to remember to create and delete it. That's wonderful. It'd be nice if everything did it that way. So let's see. Our func ready, and then we need to do versus dot description dot versus, and then equal and this. And then we need to do this for our results as well. So our versus result. And then, description. Let's just say mixin' and mixin'. Then we can do, Captain would be more helpful than you for sure. He definitely knows better. Oh, really? I'll take all the help I can get. Sometimes it takes a pair of new eyes, sometimes it takes a pair of old eyes. I couldn't tell you what eyes I have. I've got eyes. That's about it. Let's see, mix and mix. How about twisting and turning? And turning. And then we need one more. How about shaking it up? Okay, and then period. Oh, comma. And then the results. The cake makes. The cake makes. The cookie. The cookie crumbles. Or it could be, and I could also just do this. The cookie crumbles, the cake makes, or the shams. I don't know. Wonderful. And then after we do that, now we just have to make the spell and return our packed string array. And to do that, okay. Now we need to take our verses, and then we need to take our flavors. For example, once we have a flavor type, it should do the rest. So we take our flavor one, and I guess we'll be able to do this in an array, or we could just do it here. Flavor one, I believe it's, yeah, okay, our spell. Spell dot, now is it append? Ah, okay. So spell dot append, flavor one dot, and it should be something like get random spell, but it's not doing that. Come. Oh, I know why. Because flavor dot here, but in our flavor here, yeah, it is, that's our types of flavors. So we need not the type, well, we have the type. That's all we need to know about. You know some stuff, help Anka knows for sure some other stuff. Together you help as much as you can. You're helping a bunch, thank you. A tag team. Is it Alka or Anka? Well, let's see. I think this isn't working because this is a flavors. So then we need to take the flavor class itself and do stuff with it. So for example, it would be like, right now in flavors we have all of this stuff. So when we do our get random verse, how do we get here? We can't do dot get random verse. It would be a certain, yeah. Okay. Kind of backed into a little bit of a corner here. As our get random is down here and it is part of the flavor. Are you working with customs? I should be. I'm not too sure how to. I tried earlier, but I got a little bit confused. But I do know resources would be the best fit for this. Not too sure how to do it. Because I would like to have a way to keep track of everything. I have heard about, oh, it's also frozen. So let me get water while I'm talking. But ideally, I'd want to have it in something like a spreadsheet. That is the way Godot manages data. Yep. It's actually quite simple. Really? I mean, I'll take what I can get. It's new to me. And making new is really confusing. But dabble, you dabble and still learning. Do as much help as what you can. Always good to do so. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Right now we have a spell verse. We need a spell. That's what we need. So this is our flavor 1, our flavor 2. Right? Let me go back up here to our spell maker. And these are flavors. That's the thing. We need a way to make a spell based off of a flavor. And we have that, but it's more along the lines of something like export var flavor 2, or we'll just say flavor, and then it's like flavor. And I guess what we can do is flavor. Maybe we can have a function called flavor.get flavor from text, something like that. Hold on. If I do spell.append flavor dot, that could work. Okay. So maybe we can have, we'll just have this pass so it doesn't die on me. What we can do is do in our flavors. Right now we have set flavors, which is okay. It's all nice for now. I'm thinking we do another func. To create a custom resource, all you need is to create a resource script, extend it from resource and give it a class name. All you need now is export all properties you want to save. But how do you put in strings? Or how do you put in strings? Where do you get your strings from? That was where I got the hiccup from. From flavor. And then we have a entered flavor. And then we do oops. flavor. There. This should work without a flavor. Like this is get random verse. Which strings do you need? I need a way to keep track of things like this. It's filler text, but in the sense of if it is a sweet, if it's a sweet flavor, do one of these. If it's a bitter flavor, do one of these. And now I'm trying to mix them all together. But I want a better way to store it than doing it like this, which I'm sure resources can do, but I'm not sure exactly how resources can do it. What did I need to type? Var type, okay. So get random flavor, get random verse from flavor and enter the flavor. Then if type flavor, if entered flavor equals flavor none. And then we need to do var verse, not type, but this. And this should work. And then if we go back to our spell maker and our make spells, we should be able to do spell.append and then do flavor.get, oops, hold on. Flavor.get, hold on. It should work. Get random verse from flavor. Does it not work? Hold on. Is it because it's not a global? Did it do the whole global thing again? Because it's super odd that we can use flavor here, but it's not global. But let's see. If I do, oops, let me remove that. Something like flavor dot, and what does it equal? Flavor dot new, it should be an get, but I'm thinking maybe because it's not global, which is then where we need to make it global. So I'll do that. We go ahead and do that. Bum, bum. Flavors, flavor, add. And see, that's the thing as well. What does this mean? Can't add autoload. Invalid name must not collide with an existing global script class name. Huh. Node name, flavor. That work? Interesting. Okay. And then if I do flavor, okay. I think because maybe it's a class. Oh, global class name. Yeah, maybe that's why. The flavors dot get. Is this sick now? Yeah. Get random verse from flavor. The typing's off a little bit, but flavors dot get flavor and then flavor. Oops. 1. And then we do this in here. And that should work. Thank you for the follow. So it's an uphill battle. But we'll get there. Thank you for the stream. Time for bed. Sleep well, and thank you for the follow as well. I hope you sleep well. So flavor.getRandomVerse and then append, and then we should be able to do versus description like this, I think, and then do dot get random verse, and then we should be able to do versus results. Thanks. Have a great one. Have fun. Thank you both for coming. Thank you indeedy. And then we can do this, I think. Do I have to make the spell maker now global? Oh boy. I save that, and then I return spell. Oh, good night, indeed. Now what we do is do... I mean, does Spellmaker need a spell? It just need to make spells. Let's try doing this instead. Indeed. Have fun or have sleep or whatever you're doing. Let's see, a var, spell. Okay, I think that works a little better. We make the spell based on adding all of these. And I even think we can do something like this. And just do the comma, and then the flavor 2. And then, oops. Then do this. And then do that. Add our commas. Change our results. And then return. I think that works. And then we can go back to our spellcaster. And then in our spellcaster, we can go ahead and remove all of this. And then what we can do is do current verse equal tweet.random get verse. We don't need that anymore. Now we need a spell maker. So we go in here and we get our spell maker, and we can drag and drop into our spellcaster like so. And then hopefully now we can just spellcaster, go back up here, and then our on ready. We can take our spells, drag it here like so. And now we have our on ready var spell maker. Then we take that spell maker. We take that spell maker and do spellmaker dot get underscore random. Oh, hold on now. Our spellmaker script. Make spell. We'll go back here. It's not get, it's make. So make spell. That should work. I'm curious. Why no work? Out of bounds get index. Gotcha. Get index 3 on base pack string array. Oh, I know. So, we need to put it into a loop. That's the best way to describe it. Or at least to keep track. So for example, versus size -1. Is it? Oh, hold on. Where were we just at? Let me run it one more time. Current versus spell maker versus size. That's in this here, right? -1. Got ya. And then it's always the little things. All right. And then back here is a string. So this is returning our packed string array. And now what we can do is do, instead of current, where's it at? Current verse, spellmaker. So the verse is the string. And that is right here. We need a var called our current. Oops, unless it freezes in case coffee break. Oh. So nice. Arrays have their own randomized method, not for packed string arrays. Or do you mean packed string arrays? Because I did try that earlier. That's what Alp had suggested. And I looked into it, though maybe I missed it. I can always double check. I am prone to being blind. Alright, I'll check. In that case, yeah. I did pack string arrays just because we're gonna have so many arrays. The idea was that it would make it less laggy because of the data it's storing, and since it's an array specifically for strings, I thought that would be best. Though I'm not too sure about the optimization side of things. But up here, what I wanted to do is see about this. Where is this? Spell array, packed string array. They are memory optimized, yeah. Okay, that's great then. The join spell array. All packed in same memory space. Gotcha. Okay, yeah. In that case, I think it might be the best option. Up here, we need a var called current spell. And then that would be a packed string array as well. I'll just do this. And that. And then we do current spell. We need a current verse, which is here. That's our current verse. Our current verse, I'm gonna have to change the typing or spelling a little bit. Yeah. Current verse, update spell array. Okay. What we need to do is well, I'll type it out here. We need to have a way to keep track of the verse, which we have. Right now, this spellcaster is printing out one verse. That's what it's set to do. So we need a way to, once it's at the end of this verse, we want it to go to the next verse. So to do that, how would we do it? We take our spell, and this is our current spell. Or let's just call it spell. It doesn't even need to be current spell. It is our spell. Let's spell. And then spell array, now that's a little bit different. We might have to change the naming on that, as this is the final part of the spell. But for now, we need a spell, and then the spell has verses. So spell has 4 verses, and we need it to loop. Like so. So our current verse, or rather our spell, equals, and then we do spellmaker make spell. And now that we have our spell, we set current verse. Yeah, so current verse is a string. Okay. And current verse would be the verse. For example, it would be here. This would be a verse. So maybe what we need to say is current verse position. So let me do that. Now it's getting a little confusing here. I'll move things around a little bit, and we can make the spell go here. And then we need a var spell, and we need a var verse position. And that's just an int that equals 0, because the position's 0 right now. And then we need a function that goes to next verse, because right now, after end of text, this is where we need to change it. So if current character equals int equals current verse dot length, end of spell equals true. And then it takes care of all of this, which was down here. Oh, let me zoom out a little bit. It's so hard to see. I'm so used to things being shorter with our text size range. But if end of text, no, we want end of spell, which is, where are you at? We can always just find. So end of spell happens up here in our process. And then clear verse, what does clear verse do? It just turns it white. Okay. So what we need to happen is at end of text, if current character and end of spell, and we return true. This needs to change a little bit. Now it's not end of spell, now it's change or update spell. So we need some sort of, we can put it in there as well, but I'm thinking we just make it a function. Make things a little bit easier to read and we can separate it a little bit better. So on end of text being true, we go to next verse. And it is a, hold on, void. So go to next verse, and that will be just taking our current verse, underscore verse, equal to our spell, and then spell, do this. And so if we go back up here, yeah, our spell is our spell maker and it's making the spell, and it is our packed array. And this will be our current underscore spell position, or what do we call it? Definitely gonna need to change the naming a bit, but it's called verse position. Where are we at? So current verse equals verse dot verse underscore position. And I think it's not showing up because of something up here. Here we are. Current verse spellmaker, spell equals spellmaker make spell. Then current verse equals spell at verse position. This should work. Okay. And then we go back down here to our go to next verse. So after we set the spell to the next verse, then we have to make the verse position plus equal 1. We're going to the next verse. Now again though, it might get messed up a little bit. So what we'll have to do is do something to check to see if it's the end. So, current verse equal. Maybe we can do quite sophisticated. You think so? Thank you. I hope is it sophisticated or is it just messy? I always hope it's not messy. It's getting hectic really quickly, but it's so small. But I'm thinking, let's see. we need a way to break if at end of spell. Spelk. And we do that by saying if verse position is now would it be greater than or equal to? Is it spell dot size -1, right? I always forget. Because if the size is 4, then the index goes up to 3, right? So in that case, it needs to be greater than or equal to spell size. No, it needs to be greater than. Let me double check. If spell size is 4, array goes up to 3. Yeah, size equals 4, meaning last index is 3. So it needs to be if verse position is greater than or equal to spell size -1. And in that case, we can do func, and this just loops through all of spell verses. All spell verses. There we go. The verse position is greater than, then end of spell equals true. Otherwise, do all of this stuff. Oh, and then return as well. And then, when are we calling end of spell again? Let's see. If current character equals int, end of spell does not equal true. End of text. Yeah. So now we don't do this. We do go to next verse. And that should, oops. Go to next verse. Thing is, it's like we could write this in here, but I always like doing functions just because it's easier to read. Especially when things get really complicated. Let's see. End of spell happens here. If end of spell, clear verse. Now we don't want that to happen anymore. Clear verse. If you want to check out the last element without knowing the array length, you can use the that's a good tip indeed. Thank you. I shall keep that in mind as that's super handy. Arrays get really confusing sometimes. I've only just got back into Godot, and before that, I hadn't programmed him to second. 9 for the second to last. Gotcha. Yeah, that's super handy. Godot froze, so another water break and I'm out of coffee. Okay. Perfect. So if end of spell, clear verse, return. Now that we don't want to say. I'm curious to see what happens if we click it right now. So we shall see. And we'll do all of this. Func process. Okay. So if not, no more print. This is true. Okay. So right now what we expected to print is one single line. Let's see if it breaks. Oh, perfect. Okay. I'll show you what it says. Now it's not what we want it to say, but it's not crashing. This is no type selected. Now we have to set our types. And how do we set our... Oh no, we should be able to set our types here, right? Yep. And because they're export, we should be good to go. So we set our export to sweet and bitter. Now let's try... Ooh, okay, here we are. So return verse size. Okay. If, and then this should be -1, right? That's what I just learned. Perfect, yep. Verse size fixed it. And now would you look at it? It's something cool. Now, let's see if it changes or updates when I type stuff. So, N-E-Y space C-O-R-N. You should probably turn this off just for testing. For now, I space I-S space B. Ooh, that's interesting as well. I can't see what it says afterwards. And I don't know what the next one is. Is it? It's not G as well. Ooh. Looks like we found a bug. I'm gonna go back up here and see. Yeah. Next is great, but it doesn't set our current, which is weird. You can see down here. And why is that? Okay. For now, I want to see if it'll let me go through the whole thing. Everything's broken right now because we're rearranging. It's always the scariest part, but since learning from last year when I tried making a game, I learned that I need to make backups, so if all else fails, I have a backup from at the beginning when we started. We're all good. Probably should have made one before we started tweaking in Spellcaster, but I know for next time. Let's see. What's happening is we're getting candy corn. I don't know if you can see that. Hold on. There we go. A little bit bigger. I'll zoom this over. You can see. Alright. So our previous is candy corn. That's what's printed behind. Our next is grape, but we don't have a current. And my question is, what happened to our current? If I keep this up on screen and oops. Hold on. Let me mute the go and stop to make it a little bit easier so you can see. And I'll get rid of this print. Okay. So when I type T, oh, hold on. T, oh, not in rhythm. T, T, T. This is harder than it looks. T. Okay, there we go. So your previous is your T because you're on to H. And in here, the current is H because that's what you're at. So why is it that it's not working? For now, what I'll do, just so we can test, is I'll set can type to true. So you can always type and we can better bug test. Alright, so C-A-N-D-Y space and then P-A-S-T-E. That space is okay. The space is itself and then it's nice. So that's interesting. Oh, also, E doesn't work again. So yeah, everything's kind of breaking. Just more than fine. Might have to start a little bit from the bottom up to get everything working. But it's fine. So right now in our process, we have underline current character, not no more print, and print the spell and join. Now, where does no more print? No more print equals true. This is where comments would come in. I usually try to comment stuff after stream or during. It does help. This func update array just prints back what the current array is. Do you have any inputs mapped? Nope. There's no need to have any inputs mapped because it's the whole keyboard. So it just takes whatever input you give it and see if it matches whatever the string or whatever the character is. It makes it a little bit easier because maybe in the future I want to do 1 or 2. That way I don't have to do pressing 1 equals 1 and so on. Let's see. Okay, I did hide the thing. So this just prints current spell array. And it just kind of updates it, or yeah. This is update, we're just, might mean a different name. Yeah, I just meant because it doesn't capture certain keys. Yep. We won't need those keys. For example, shift, when we're making capitalized letters, or tab, we won't need those. We just need to be able to spell maybe some numbers here and there. Okay. So I think something's happening in here, and that's why we're not getting a current. If I start this up again, and do D-A-N, let me open the screen. The current is Y, and then Y, the current is space, and then our C-O-R-N, and the current is space, and then I-S. Is it because I have to hit space again? Ah, so maybe it wasn't a bug, it was just me. And maybe the issue is, I can show you as well. Right now, our game is not doing what we want it to visually. You can see under the G in our grate, it's not blinking anymore. And I think that's more of a formatting issue. Let's see if we can do something about that up here. Zoom out a little bit. Our spellcaster text. It should have auto wrap on. Now, what's this word smart? Interesting, interesting. What's fit content? Minimum size will automatically be updated to fit the content. Maybe that's what we need to have on? Let's see. Kind of worked. I want to try to get something a little different. So let me close and open this a few times. This is sweet. Not using a line edit node for the input? Oh. What does that do? I'm very curious. I haven't done something like this before. So if you have a suggestion, I am more than happy to hear it out. I am also gonna just a control node to capture input. Right now we have, let's see. I forget all the time. In our spellcaster, all it's doing is testing, well, it's getting the user input, which is up here. And then after it gets the input, it handles it here. You could definitely probably make it its own capture. And then down here, we take, well, we're texturing it, we're adding the colors and everything. So we get those strings, and then we just add the colors to them. Again, probably more optimized way to do it. Let's see. I want to test really quickly about the sugar. So we need to go into flavors. And then I can go back up here and do is space great. Has signals you can use, like the text it captures? Oh, what do you mean? Do you mean like a single letter, or do you mean the whole text? Oh, wrong scene. Okay. I want to see if... Let me do this. And then NDY space TASTE space. Now see, I don't see any of those lines, the whole text, but you can use -1 index trick to get the last character. Ah, how do you then add the BB code then for everything behind and in front of it? How would that work? Though current text, the whole text, yeah, but you can use the -1 index to trick to get the last text or the last character. Place it in front, and you'd be able to get. Will you be able to chop off sections of the string? Definitely do think it might be a overall structure issue. It was also frozen, so water break time. Sure, since it is a string, you can use all string methods available. Would I be able to get stuff like those? Out of curiosity. You say you can do certain positions. I get that. Right now in our update text, that's kind of how we're getting it. In here, where we get the current string and then we check the index, and then for the last we do substring. But a control node to capture input. Like what? Control, just the base control node, and then you said it has functions to capture the input. Could all be done much simpler. I mean, I am all for simple. Let's see, which one is it? We've got focus this. Emit it when a node receives it. Node receives. I'm seeing this one. This one looks nice. Line edit. The node is called line edit. Line edit. A 2D polyline that can be optionally textured. And you're saying it is this one and controlled. An input field for single line text. Ooh. Hold on now. Okay. And then text change. Emit it when appending text that overflows the max length. Oh. Text change reject. Okay. Text submit it. Emit it when the user presses key enter. Connect on the text changed. Emit it when the text changes. And this is to change the BB code? The text changes, or the text updates depending on what the player does. Let me also take it out of the control. I do like how it has this though. Emit it when the node receives an input, but I mean, anything can receive an input. But line edit, it is an input control node. Once you type, it emits a signal. Okay. Well, let's see. If it can be simpler, I'm all for it. For now, let's just call it the text is a parameter passed with a signal. Okay. In that case, line edit. Oops, we're already in line edit. And then here, and I click node, right? Yeah. Okay. You said text changed. I'm seeing text submitted, but I'm not seeing text changed. Is that because it's in its own script? Scroll up. Yeah, that'd be a good start. Thanks. And then change. Emit it when the text changes. Okay. Then you get the user input? Is that it? Oops. And let's go ahead and connect it. It'll let me connect it. Gotcha. And then we'll go back here to line edit. Okay. So new text. Okay. Just try it out and print to output. Print the new text. Okay. Print new text. And then print new text -1. We'll print last character. And the text goes in here. I'm not too sure about, but we'll see. Print new text -1. Ah! Index. Arrays. Okay. And if we go back to here, what does this do? Ah. No, I don't need a box. I probably will later, but I don't know this if this is what I need. Oops. I subtracted too much. Because later on I want to add special effects to everything. And having it in a bigger box. Oops. What did I do? No one line. Having it in a box, I mean, I guess I could change the styles of everything, right? The styling could be changed later. Again, this is to capture input you can display in your rich text. So, do they have to click on the line edit? I'm trying my best to understand. This is all really new to me. I think I get what you're getting. You can grab, focus, and ready. Let's see. Grab focus. I'm guessing... hoping it would be somewhere in here. But if not, yeah. Ready sounds right. Okay. So funk ready. And then, oops. Funk ready. And then grab focus. Ah, okay. Grab focus. Interesting. And then I'm guessing... when you open it, it automatically has it selected. And you can't... Ah, that's neat. Okay. And then with theming, you can make it transparent. That makes sense. Thank you so much. I'm slowly getting it. But thank you. Thank you for taking it slow. I think this could definitely help make things a lot easier. Grab focus would be... Okay. And that could just be hidden or something. And I'll move it down here. But in our rich text... Oops. It could... for here, I'm thinking, yeah, yes, or outside of the viewport. That's also a great point. Yeah. Well, I'll keep it in just so I can see what it's putting in. But yeah, I'm putting it outside of the viewport. Also a good idea. Okay. So in here, it's very jumbled up, but we can tweak things a little bit. Our line editor has text, I'm assuming, yeah. And I guess what we can do is see... You have a blinking carrot? Wait. On the... In line edit properties? Okay. Line edit. Blinking carrot. Where's it at? In layout maybe? No. Correct. What's this? If true... Oh, I see. And then if I run this thing... Oops. Now I can't see it. Hold on. Oh. Well then. I guess that's why I couldn't see it. It's up here, isn't it? Ah. Interesting. Here, move it to bottom left. That should work. Okay. And then we can do this. And then... Ah. Is there a way to get it to blink in time with the thing? That was one thing I wanted. The time system or the timing is gonna be a little bit tricky to get though. But overall, I'm wondering... See the blink interval? Ah. And then we change it depending on what the thing is. Gotcha. That's really neat. Thanks. So in saying that, is there a way to make it so you can't backspace? Or no, you'd have to be able to backspace, wouldn't you? We go back to our spellcaster. You might have to redo our whole writing just in general. But now that we've done it, it's a little bit easier. Sure, you can backspace. Is there a way to prevent backspacing? But I guess, no, you would wanna have backspacing as a thing. Yes. Ooh. I'm just guessing you disable the backspace button. If I had to guess, right? That, yep. Ah, gotcha. Those freezing again, so I'll give it a second. Water break. I'm learning so much. Gotcha, indeedy. Okay. If we're gonna restructure our typing thing a little bit then... It shouldn't be too hard. Compare current text to text before change if backspace set to old text. Ah. Yeah, I really like that. Okay. I'll just do here for now. We have most of the functions, but we just have to edit the function. So on ready, we have a list of spells. Well, list of verses from spells. And then we need to go through each verse. On verse, we need to get current character and check between each. On verse, get current character and check between, and check if is correct. And then at end of verse, go to next verse. That's about it. Right now in our func ready, we have spell for verse need to loop. And then we have spell and our spell maker and our current verse. And then we have update spell array. Now, I'm gonna work this out for now. Just to see. Now, our current verse equals our current verse position. And then our next string, we won't need this, I don't believe, anymore, depending on how we do it. For now, we can strip stuff down and take it a little bit. Till then, I'll just do this. Our current verse is our spell first position. And then we print join spell array. What is on our process? Right now, We just want the text to appear on screen. I think that's a good starting point. The good news is because we did this on our first stream, it's just a matter of taking the old code and updating it so it works with our poetry system. Shouldn't be too bad. At the end of verse, go to next verse. So let's start here. Let's just get the spells working on screen. Spell equals spell maker make spell. And then current verse equals spell verse position. And the next string equals current. We don't need any of that. We just need to print, or actually just text equal, and then do this. I'm curious to see what it does. And then current verse text equals join spell. And what does this do? Now, let's Godot do new line. Yeah, I'm curious about that one. Godot new line with print. Is it like /n? Godot new line in string. It is. Let's see. Nope. Oh, /n. I think that is /n. Something like this. \n. You can also use a regular expression to only allow specific characters. Reg X class? What? What's a reg X class? You can use a regular expression to only allow specific characters. You mean like this is an expression? And then set it to only allow certain characters to be pressed? That sort of thing? Only allow A to Z and A. Ah, that's good. I do need space. Maybe we. Well, no, I want the player to press space. I think that's a good idea. It lets them feel like they're typing out the letters. So we could always just skip the spaces. And in that case, it might be a little bit better as if it's a space, but that could mess up the groove. We can see. Because I feel like space isn't very clear to read, but if you're just seeing the letters, might be a little bit better. All of this now, in our spellcaster, fit content is on tab size context. What does that mean? If true, a right-click display. Okay. What does this mean? Enables when rendering. No. We need. Let's see. Our label, and this is our label. Our font size. Maybe if we make it 50, it'll be a little bit easier to see. Okay. Take a look. It is looking nice. Now we just need to have. Yeah, I think getting rid of the spaces will make it a little bit easier on the player instead of having to time their spaces. Possibly. We could always get rid or bring the spaces back. For now, we can go ahead and go with line, or not line edit, we need to go into flavors. And we can back up all of those again. And do this. Candy corn is great. We'll go back into our spell maker. Right now, our spell maker is here. And our current verse spell position. That's all good. And then all the line editor will do is, and I'm guessing it has a current text, right? If I do text, yep. And we can just compare and contrast the text. If that's the case. You might bring the line edit over to the spellcaster. Then again, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, our spellcaster screen is what shows up on screen. But maybe we have it check with something else. Spellcaster has the user input and it has the spell. And now it's just comparing and contrasting and doing all the shiny stuff. I think this is good. We'll take the line editor as the user input. We'll just rename it, I think, to user input. And then we can also rename, do we want to do this? On this node, what do we need the line editor to do? We need it to have a func get current character and return a string. Or not like that, string like this. And then we'll pass. Maybe we can put it in here instead. Oop. Oh, return this. A little bit better. We need get current character, get next, and then that's for previous. And this will go ahead and just do everything. And then we need to also check to make sure it's not empty, so it doesn't die. So func is in bounds, and that's a bool for returning if it's in bounds or not. So if I guess it can take care of it in its own thing. Would exactly need it. For example, get current character would just be new text, right? And then previous is -1, and then next, we don't have a next. Interesting. Yeah, I don't even think we need a next, do we? New character, new text. Well, I mean, it depends on how we do it. So for now, let's stick with what we have. Get previous character, and it returns our text. Text -1. Text, and then -1. I mean, text. Just text. No. Text returns the whole text. We don't want the whole text. We want what's currently at the index, so -1. Yep. And fruit, we'll add a rake. I'm both out of one bottle and my coffee. So we move on to bottle number 2. Oh. Previous is 2. Yep. What we really need is a way to keep track of what we currently have. I guess the index? If we have the index, we'll be good. And we can get everything before and everything after. Technically... Okay. We'll go along this path, but we might run into issues. For now, though, it's just a return text -1. And that is current. Let me make sure I make that clear. I think we're good, at least here in our spellcaster, where we do boom, here. So getting player key and updating text. Right now we just need to get player key, and it is doing that right now. All of this is good. If is on beat, then we do print, and if it's off beat, here. So this is what we need to change. Let me do to do so we can find it again. To do change way text is updated. We can keep the unhandled stuff, but the way updating works needs to change. And is on beat is also still working. And then test user input. All right. User input is a string. Comparison returns results. This is still good. Current verse. Now, this might have to change depending on how we structure it. But overall, it should still work. Right now, what we need to do is do some way to change the way it's looking. It's bedtime for you too. Wish you good luck and have fun. Thank you! Thank you for helping. It helped tons. Sleep well. Now let's see. Fires and returns results. That's what we need. Underline current character. Yes. Okay. This definitely helps. For user input. Oh, it also needs to be named to user input. Line edit. And then we will rename. User, oh yeah, I have to keep it small. User underscore input. I'm just thinking, it's like, we need to have what's above, what's below, and everything else printed. That is important. And it's also important to print it in a certain way. For example, it needs to be printed in the middle. So how do we currently have our text displayed? For example, our direction? No, our structure. Where is it at center-wise? How do we change the center of the text? That would be nicer. If we could have the font or the text, let's see. No, constants, no. You don't want to change the color. You want to change, I guess we can always look it up. Godot, how to change text, center, left, or right. Let's try that. Align. Text alignment on a rich text label. Here we go. Takes text formatting in the form of BB code. But can't be done with the inspector. To add this, if you're saying a label's contents with code, you can formulate it like center plus string variable plus center. And it'll probably form the text at runtime. Gotcha. Okay, in that case, what I'm getting is that we'll have to do something akin to this. And then all the text goes inside. So for example, here with our... Oh, okay, I thought I broke it. For example, up here in our ready, we have our spell, we have our current verse, and then we have to set our text. Okay. Func. And we do set text. Func set text. We already have that, right? And we go back down here. Let me make sure I do pass. Because right now this is our set text. Oops. Down here. My thing is just this could be a little nicer. And to be a little nicer now, I definitely do think this line edit is a really good idea. I think if we use that, it'll be good and nice and dandy. We'll just have to figure out how to update it. So right now, let's move this up top so we can see it a little bit better. Oops, and I also just realized that's been covered. How long was it covered for? Oh no. Yeah, I think now that we have the poems working, at least combination-wise, we just now have to restructure things. So let's see. Our set text isn't set text. It's update spell array. And in here, now this is different. Spell array is just a way to format everything. For example, we have our result color and then our current character and end of color. Kind of keeps track of everything that way. If we use the user line editor, we're able to have our current line, our previous line, and our past line. That makes it a little bit easier. So in that case, yeah, we don't need to do any of this, I don't think. What we can do is do this. I think we can do this in here, from here. For example, our previous string can go in the user, our next string, our current string, all of that. And to do that, we would have to do a little bit of the editing we did before and start with previous. That should be simple enough. Go back to our user input and we'll go ahead and do hashtag and space. And then we'll go back to our spellcasters. And now we need our colors and our end of color. And our colors are up here. And our end of color is down here. We'll just highlight all of that. And then we'll go back to our user input. Actually, is that what we want? I feel like no. I think the user input should not change anything. We just need what it is. Since that's the case, let's make this a function instead, such as color text white. Color text. How about that? And in that case, it might be something like func color text. And then you set it in a text, and it has the string, and then we return the string, which is a string. And then what we do is do return, and then here, now this is where it gets a little tricky. We need the color text, and we need the color. Let's do color, and then color. That should work. And then we do turn plus plus. Now we need a way to write this. For example, here it says const. I'll just do var color red 2, just to make it a little bit easier. Not find type color in scope. Color dot. What do you want after dot? Because color is a type. Is most certainly. You can see back at rect. Up here in our timer, we have color dot green. So what are you? Color representing, yeah. Color is a color. Why isn't it accepting our color? Color. That works. Yeah, see. Color. Color, maybe something like what? What do you want? Color. Oops. Dying again. But we need color. How do you set that? How do you make a color type? Maybe that's the issue we're running into. Godot's freezing, but bit of a water break. I will look that up. Color Godot. And then, let's see. Color representation of RGB. Yep. Colors can be created in various ways. Okay. This should work. Color. I think it has to be lowercase. Like that. That's what we were missing. Our color. And then our var. So this is our var color string equals color equal. And then we have we might do, let's see, BB code Godot for color. I'm curious how to use BB code to change color. Yeah, just look at the docs at the start. You need a color, and then okay. In that case, I'll show you. You can get an idea of what I'm looking at here. You can have names as colors, or you can have RGB colors, for example, things like that, or transparent colors, all of that. So we want to do color dot something. For example, let's check. It should tell us. Color red plus, and then, oops, actually, it would be color this equals, and then, well, plus here. And then we need the end bracket. Like this. Oops. end bracket I said, only one thing gets changed. And now we add that plus again. And now we add our color here. And that would be our color dot, like hex. And then we make it string. Or is it string? I think it's, no. Something like this, to turn it to string. Maybe it's str? Gotcha, I did it. So all we do for here is do color text. And then we get the color string. And then we do return. Now we have to do the end of the color. What's the slash color? And then we do, where are we at? So you do color string plus text plus this. You do something like that. And that gives you the colored text, which should be great. And in that case, let's give it a go. We want the text equal color text, current verse. Making sure it didn't get covered again. So current verse, and then we need a color. So let's do color dot blue. Right. Hold on, give it a second. Maybe color? Let's go back over to our timer. It has all the answers. Let's do green. This should work. Perfect. Okay. Let's see if it does. It does not. It's just white. And why is this? Curious. Text, color text. I return the right thing. Let me print what text is saying. And I'll hide all of this. It's already 5:15. I'll definitely keep working on this after stream. Maybe we can make it a little bit longer. We'll see. So, doubt it. So text equals color text, which should work. And then I want to print color, I want to print text. I just want to see what it's giving us, and maybe that's why the formatting's off? Do you see that down there? I can see it a little bit better now. Hold on. Slide it over. Right now it is color equal color hex callable. Okay. Our hex, maybe it has to be hex 64. That was the thing, right? Let's try that. Nope. It's a little bit wonky now. Interesting. I'm wondering if we can just put color. That'll work. Nope. Okay, hold on. Maybe what we can do is do print color dot text. I want to see what it gives us. Text callable. Interesting. Print. And let me make sure it is the right thing. Hex. Plus callable.hex. Now is that a string? You want an int, don't you? Well, you are an int. Okay, let's try again. Hex color. Interesting. A little wonky. So if we go to here and do... we need our color dot... yeah. Okay. Let's go back here. And you can see for our color at least, it's color equals code slash name, then text slash color slash, and change text color, use name, or hashtag format such as our FF00. And if we go back to our color in our Godot, go back over here, our color dot hex should be, hold on. I guess this returns a color? Okay. We need a property. How do we turn a color into a hex? Or hex name? Hello, hello, welcome, Top. A little bit random at the moment. Kind of having to restructure most of everything. Try to underscore HTML. Is that a function? Oh, this? With alpha bool equals true? Worth a shot. Let's give it a go. Oops, the screen. Ooh, it would be here. And we do our color, and then we do, yes, indeed, welcome, right in time. The print hex string. Oh, stream's great. It's been great. I am enjoying the process of programming. It is frustrating, but it's fun. Ooh, look, I think that's the hex. Then all we have to do now is just do this. Oops. A little bit wonky, but that, and then we get rid of this. And try again. Ooh, it's working! Look at that! I'll show ya. And there. It's working great! We can change the color from here, which is wonderful. Okay, now we have color text. We won't have to worry about nice, yep, progress bit by bit. We've had people come in and help and give suggestions, so it's been really helpful as this has to go. It can't stay. It is all over the place. Like, for example, this can now just be that function instead of what we had. For example, right? Isn't that cool? Let's see. As Steam Godot decides to freeze, water break time. Nice and down. Okay. We're gonna need a way to underline text and color text. But that should be pretty easy. My only concern is all of this. Right? When we're in our spellcaster, where's our underline? There should be an underline function that I had. Yeah, there we go. So we'll move this on up to here. Oops. I don't know when that got deleted. We have a func called color text and a func called underline text. Now, where is this found at? Okay. It was okay if we get rid of it. You've been curious? Do you have, like, lore of your OC? I do, but it's in the making. It's still brewing in the bakery. But I do indeed have it. I would like to disclose it once I'm able to make a game around it, as I think that could be fun. Maybe a visual novel of lore? Yeah, that'd be fun. Let's see. I want this to be underlying text. I'm glad it does. I initially thought I'd do it, but then I was like, you know what? Let's hold off a little bit. Let's give it a little bit of time. Now we have this, and then we return. Oh, hold on. We return this, and then okay, yeah, this should be fine. We return this. Oops. And we just take this and replace it with text. And that should be good. Right? What's wrong? Text is shadowed in an already declared class. Where? Ah. Okay. In that case, we'll make this given, just so it doesn't get confused. And we'll change these. Because it's a rich text label we're raking in, it has its own text, and it's getting confused when it's overlapping. We'll just change it a little bit so it doesn't get unhappy. Okay. And the cool part about our new text system is we don't have to do any fancy schmancy stuff, but we should just be able to do text underscore underline text, right? And it should underline our text and color it green. And oh, would you look at that? Nice. Now we don't have to worry about those arrays. Painful arrays. For now. Okay. This is good and dandy. Now, what do we do with it? This will be helpful. Yep, Pog and Dee. This will be helpful for coloring things overall, and then we can set colors. And look at that as well. All of this can go now, which is great. As, yeah, I can see how this is the hard and fast method. We'll take it, but oh man, I'm glad we're moving away from it. Let's see. We have our current spell and we have our current verse. We can go ahead and make text equal, which is up here, our spell. Oh, text equal, what do we want to do? Okay, we need a way to print spell. How we do that? It's a little tricky. We need to... yeah, we need a way to print spell. How do we do that? We have a func, maybe print or get. For now, we'll just say print spell. And we'll do it in void. Like that. And then, for now at least, if first position equals 0, yeah, if first position equals 0, do something, and then if not, we can make everything behind it or in front of it. How does that work here? What we had was, it was gray, no, it was white behind. But if first position equals 0, pass. Else, then we do, we do spell at certain position. The spell, let's do 4. 4 spell, and then 4 spell in 4 current spell. No. Versus IDE, it's Godot. Welcome to the wonderful world of Godot, and welcome to the stream. Maybe 4 verses in spell. No, verse in spell. We just need something. Look at it. We could even put I, but I want to be a little bit. Verse and spell in spell. Then we can do, yeah, 4 verse and spell. Spell. How can we do this? What I'm trying to do is, I'll put a pass here. What we want is to print everything before current verse is white. And then everything after is gray. How do we accomplish that? I'm thinking we loop through the spell, and that's the print spell part. So if verse position, so this is if we're on the first verse. If we're on the first verse, we don't have to do this. But if not, and we are on the second position, then we can do for, spell for, we'll just say I for now. For I in spell, and then dot size, oops, -1, and space. For I in spell -1, right? That works. And then we can do spell in array for I, we'll say index. Make it a little bit cleaner. So for index in spell size, spell index. And then we can do our color function that we have. So color underscore text equals spell, oh, not equals, it's a function. Color text spell index color dot gray. There. And this does not work because why? Oh, underscore. There we go. Okay. Right now, it's everything before current verse is white. Oops. White. Isn't that nice how we can change it like that? And then everything after is gray. So if verse position equal for index and spell size, that is not also what we need. We need the current index -1. For index in the spell size. Okay. Change it around a little bit. What we need to do is do, we're at the current index, right? Well, no, we're not. This is the end. For example, if we're at here, it's easier to write it out when I'm stuck. And then we have, let me turn this on. It'll turn on. There we go. Okay. We have verse 1, verse 2, verse 3, oops, verse 3, and verse 4. But the array doesn't see it as 1, 2, 3, 4. The array sees it as 0, 1, 2, and 3. If we're in, what notepad is this? This is concepts. I like it a little bit because you can doodle on it. Since the array sees it as the index, I'm saying if we're here, when did programming become beautiful? That's a good question, or maybe it's always been like that. You didn't notice. Had to take time to slow down. But if we're here, then there's nothing behind us. That's what the before, if it's equal to 0, means. But if we're here, there is stuff behind us. So we have to take everything behind the array. How do we do that? We need to figure out how to get this number. Because right now, if our current position is 1, we need everything behind 1. So if we go back to here, it might be something like, not spell size, we'll spell, and then dot size, and this, oops, size. It might be something like the number of array numbers, because we don't need to worry about any of this, right? We just need to worry about what's behind here. So we can take the current position, right? The position, I'll just write position, and go to -1. So position -1 would be 0. Or if it's position -1 would be 1 and 2. That's what we need to do. Doodling always helps. So this has to be changed from for index in spell -size to first position -1. That's what we need to do. For index in first position -1, we take the index and we make the color white. Otherwise, pass. And that should work. The only issue is we need a place to turn and put all of this at. And color equals white from 0 to 1? 0 to I -1? Is that what I put? Or do you mean... Might have walked the road a little bit. what I think you mean, the color equals white. Yeah, that's what we have here. From 0 to I-1. Index, oh, yeah. Actually, no, index should start at 0, I think, according to Godot. We can see. What we need to do is I guess make an array? We make a packed array. Shoot, his strings are so long. Let's go ahead and do it this way. Just as a proof of concept, I guess. So here, where are we at? Where? Process, and here. We need to take this in our ready function, and we make current verse, spells position, and print text. What we need to do is add to our array. And our spell array is up here. We go all the way back up, and our pack string array, which is empty. And then on our ready, our spell array doesn't change. Let's go ahead and fill that spell array up. And then after we fill it up, we can go ahead and make our text equal join spell array. Let's go in here and do this. And then we can do this. And then spell array dot append. Like that. Alright. Closing. Oops. Color white. Is that what you want? Too many arguments in append. Ah, I got ya. We have to do this. Color text. Up here. Oops. Color text. And then here. Oops. I'm putting them everywhere, aren't I? Here. There. Okay. So for example, if our current spell array was... First position is 1. Can you show your OS? Have a feeling it's beautified? What do you mean? My operating system? Or what do you mean? Let's see. First position. And that's what we're checking here, right? Let's just double check. Yep, first position. So then we print after we do print spell. Or should we generate spell? It's fine, we can do this for now. We have the print text and we have the join. Let's just do print spell. We can change the name later. Just the proof of concept. And we have nothing, which is completely fine. We need to do our spell. Our spell array dot append. Now, why isn't this working? For index in. Let me check my for loops. I always get those a little bit confused. So Godot for loop. Looping. We need a range. Ah, gotcha. It needs to be in range. So for example, in range. Thank you for following. Welcome. Let's see. Something like this. I in range. Now let's try. Okay, still empty. Why is it empty, do you think? Oh, oops. That. Now let's try. Okay, still empty. Now we got a little bit of a problem. Our verse position equals 0. Our current verse equals verse position. I right now have it set to 1, so it should be the second verse. This is it. This is for index in range verse position -1. So this at least should print the initial one. So just to see, let's do this and mark this out and print. Oh, print this and see if it works. This means we're not even getting it here. I'm pretty sure. Let's double check. Print in here. And let's try again. Okay. Interesting. So we are in here. That's what that in here meant. But if verse position equals 0, pass. Else, Why isn't this else working? Because right now our verse position is 1. And you can see if I print verse position, it should say 1. Yeah, it says 1. It's not equal to 0, so this should print. So it might be our for loop. Let's double check by just printing. Best debugging method? Of course. Who doesn't love a good printing? At this rate, I'll be a printer. There's something wrong with this for loop. That's what the printer's saying. Always trust in the printer. Well, something's wrong with this. Oh, if this is 1 minus 0, then it can't really do anything, can it? Because if this is index in range versus position, this is, for example, if it starts at, does it start at 1? Hold on. Let me look. Alright. Loop for n equals 0 to 7. Loop equal from... Oh, okay. Hold on. It's a work in progress. That? No. Okay. Else. And it's definitely going into here. Yeah. In that case, something's wrong with my loop. 4? I've done a for loop in for ages, and yet it's the most basic. Oh boy. So 4, n, and 8. And n starts at 0. So this should be for index in first position minus 1. That should work. Print. Right? No, it doesn't. And why is that? If we print index and then we print first position, what do we get? It should be 0, 0. Because it's 0, 0, does it not print? It could be. That may be it. I would expect it to at least print once. Oops. Froze on me. You know what that means? Water break. I'm out of coffee, and I'm already on my second water bottle. And, of course, Godot decides death, which is fine by me. If we're waiting on Godot, though, you can go back to concepts. And swap over. Oh, never mind. We're back on Godot. Every time. Okay, then. Unindent does... Oops. Telling you, those indents. They'll get ya. You think the -1 isn't needed for my loop? I was thinking it is only because... I'll show you. Index. Oops. And we know index is 0. I'll show you why, but I could be mistaken. We have the array, right? The array, for example, we want it to print everything before. That's where the -1 comes into place at. If we're in 1, we want it to print all of this stuff. If we're in 2, we wanted to print all of this stuff. So we need it to go from... I guess this one would be from 0 to 0, and that's why it's not working. But if it's 0 to 1, which would mean we're currently on 2, that's where the -1 comes into play. But maybe because it's 0 to 0, it doesn't work. You can check. We'll stop and play. Yep, our current position is 0. Okay, if that's the case, because I guess it's because this is a clause case, it would work, I'm assuming, if we made the current position 2. Let's see, 2. Does that change it? Yesn't. Kinda, sorta. You can see at the bottom. But there's only one thing printing, so I think you're right. In that case, let's do this. So index in this. And what does that give us? Ooh. Okay. Yep, you were completely right. You know, got all the good thinkers here. And then do this. Ooh. Would you look at that? We're on to something. Looking great. Now we just need to add an after. And before that, let me get up and go grab some more water. Because my throat is dry and my bottle is empty. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Or you can, you know. Don't mind. I agree, I really like the background too. Or background music, yeah. Okay. I'm all stacked up. Let me put my glove back on. And we keep going. I say that, let me take a bit of a drink as well. Oh. Alright, now we're good to go. We need this to be a \n. And when we do that, now it's like this. Hold on. See? Or nicer. It's the new line, which is great for us. Okay. Now, what can we do? What can we do? Now I'm thinking we do everything. That's everything before. Now we need everything after. So that append all this new stuff. And then we need everything after. So verse position equals 0. Okay. First we want to get everything before current, and then we want to get everything. Hello, welcome. Get everything. Is it a bow? We want to get everything after. What we just copied, get everything after. This is Godot, the wonderful world of programming. Get everything after current. Right now we're working on a poetry system, but you gotta get the text. So we're working on making sure the text pops up on screen. Also, it's covered. I'm glad you asked. And, oh, okay. I thought it was for a second. Okay, so you want to get everything before current and get everything after current. Gotcha. So to get everything before, let's start there. If, oh, well, we had that already, didn't we? If first position equals 0, pass. Else, we get everything before. That's what this does. Everything before is white. And now we need to get everything after. Let's move down here. And it would be, you're using Godot, but you're thinking of switching to Unity? Oh, how come? I'm very curious. I've always liked the overlays, the way Godot looks compared to Unity. I've never actually used it. I've only seen it. Get everything after current. And all this is checking is if first position equals, and then we can say spell array dot size. Then we know it's the end, and we don't need to print everything after current. And then for index in first position, now we don't need to do this. We need to do spell array. It would need to be first position plus 1 to spell array.size, right? I think. What are the specs of your PC? The GPU is GTX 1660 Ti. Is the same GPU you want to buy in your new PC? I'll be honest, I am not sure. I can try to find out after stream. Like, I know there's a way to look at it, but definitely give them to you. For index inverse in range, this way. You're also thinking to stay with Godot for now? Huh? I mean, it's up to you. I think finding one and sticking to one is nice. I've heard Godot's not that good for 3D. So if you were trying to make more of something 3D related, then maybe doing Unity is better. But Godot does do 3D. It kind of just comes up to preference. We do this. So for you and you, and then for index and range, first position. Yep, I think that's good. And then for index and range, first position plus 1. Okay. And then we need to print our current so we can see where we're at. So we'll just print current. I mean, it's not printing, it's getting. It's like a signed spell position, but we can change the name later. For now, it's just this. So spell array append, color text spell index, and then we do. You're making a 3D horror game in Godot, and you could say it is awesome in 3D. Ah, that's good. I'm glad. If you think it's already awesome, then I don't think there's a need to swap over. Unless there's certain specific features of Unity that you want to use that aren't in Godot. Let's see. Spell index? No, it would need to be... No, this is right. It would be verse position, actually. And we'll set the color to maybe blue, just so we can check. And this should print everything out, I think. And let's give it a go. So right now, the verse position is 0. So it should be blue. Okay. Take a look. It is blue. That's really like a harsh blue though. But you'll notice nothing's printing after it. So let's go ahead and do that fix. So back down here. If verse position equals spell array underscore size, that's wrong. We need it to be spell size. The only feature is in Unity and not in Godot, and is really important. Is Pro Builder. But you can use Blender also. I don't know what Pro Builder is, but I have used Blender. Let's see. Let's also make this a light blue. It hurts my eyes. Light blue. Or cyan. Do you have cyan? Yeah, you have cyan. Dark cyan. A little bit easier on the eyes. Okay. Still not printing after. Something's a little bit off here. Let's see. For index in range, the color presence in Godot, aren't they? I'm pretty sure they weren't in Godot 3. But, well, they were, but it's nice how you can see the color when you select it now. I don't think you could do that in Godot 3. Let's see, for index in range. Bomb. Okay, so verse position +1. Verse position equals the spell dot size, and that's not the case. Your stream looks nice and cute, and your voice is also sounds cute. Thank you! I try to create a cozy environment. Right now, since we're programming, got the Bobby plushie out. Kinda acts as a stress reliever for when I need it. The spell array. Ah, I know why it's not working. I also did spell array, so hold on. First position +1 to spell size. Now let's try. Gotcha! Look at that! And voila! We've got our little poem. Candy corn is great. The opposite of sweet. Twisting and turning, the shake shams. Wonderful poem, isn't it? But it's working. And if we do too easy, yeah. Didn't just totally take almost 4 hours. But thank you, yeah. Afternoon, welcome. Welcome. Just about got the system, yes, and working. The beginning at least. Now we gotta re-implement typing. Now what we need it to do, let me go back here. So we need it to be on the second line, and it needs to say, what game are you making? I'm making a typing game. A game where you type, and this is what you're typing. And it'll be a restaurant tycoon game, a cafe game. You'll have to type to serve customers, but you use spells, you cast spells, and your spell making is your poems. So right now we're making the system where you type and you cast the spells. That's the very beginnings of it. And after that, we move on to actually making the world and everything, the characters. But for some reason, as you can see, the current character int is... Did I make that 1? Oops. This is supposed to be 1. Let's try again. Okay, perfect. Look at that. And I'll show you. So here's another poem. This is the sweet black coffee. Mixin' and mixin' the shake shams. We have our before, which is white, our current, which is blue, and our after, which is gray. Nice. Did you try any game engines? Nope. The only other time I've made a game was in Visual Studio Code. That is not even an engine. I'll take a look at all the options, and I just like the way Godot looked. So I went with Godot. Is my choice to dive into. Now, if our verse position is 3, okay. And you can look at that. Static typing makes GD up. That's why I like it. Makes things a little bit nicer to look at as well. You can tell exactly what it's supposed to be instead of trying to infer, like Godot is itself trying to infer. But look at this. We have our current, there's nothing after, and we have our previous, which is white, which is what we want. It's working. It is working. All right. Now that we have that, we need to do something with our current. And then once we do something with our current, our program will be back up and running. So let's see. I definitely don't think I can do that in the next 4 minutes. But we can tweak a few more things to get us started, and then I can work on that this week. And then prepare everything for next week. Let's see, func print spell. Yeah, okay. So everything before current is white. This is current. Everything after current is gray. For now, at least. And now we have lists of verses and spells. Go through each list. All right. These are our color text functions. These are pretty important. Our underlines are also pretty important. But update spell array. The good news is this old code will be able to get deleted because of what we're doing. For example, we have all of this that we don't need anymore, which is wonderful. And we have this that we don't need as well. A little bit more work we have to do, but we're on the right track. And now we have last of text, end of text, return false. We can get, well, not get rid of, but we're gonna update this a little bit. For now, we can grab, what can we do? For now, what we can do is figure out the player input, and we need a way to check it. And we're gonna do that with this user input Godot script. And right now, this is just gonna check for the input, and it'll be able to get our current character or previous character, things of that nature. Now, how do? Not too sure. It's a new node I'm learning, and just got introduced to it earlier in stream. I'm not too sure, but we can figure it out. Right now, we don't need to get next character. That's not needed. We don't even need to get previous character. That's also not needed. Right now, we just need on text change. New text equal text, maybe? We could try to do that. Can you make online multiplayer games? Yep, you can. I've heard people doing that. Now, the difficulty? Not too sure, but I know you can. It's a start. So let's see. Our spell, our user. Okay. Definitely progress. A little bit more to do, but overall, moving in the right direction. Right now in our process, we don't need anything. We really just needed to update our results color. Currently, our spell array should have, actually, now I think about it, a little tricky. We need a way to update our spell array with servers listen voice chats and ordinary chat. I'm pretty sure, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, but I haven't looked into it too much. I've just heard, and you can't really trust hearing, but it is a good way to start. So I'm thinking, what am I thinking? Our spell array append. Excuse me. Our spell array append and hold on. Our spell array append, and that's good and dandy, but the thing is it's constantly making it, and we don't want constantly making. Oh, since Godot froze, that means a water break. Oh. The next task at hand would be going back to update the player input and getting the player input working with the current system that we have. And we can start writing that out. Give it a go. Oh, it's back working. Alright, let's see. Now that it's unfrozen, what do we do? So now that we have everything working, we've got our current positions, we have our previous positions, it's working, we have a selected position. And that is what all of this is saying. And now we can take our current position, or our current verse. That's what I'm thinking of. For example, we have our print current verse. And then we can also do, where is this printing at? Oh no, I'm getting lost in my prints. Let's see. Print spell, print. Test and join. I don't know where those brackets are coming from. What video games are you playing? Currently, none. I've been mostly working on this. I do need to sit down and play some more games, but currently at the moment, not any. Control F. Smart idea. Thank you. Print. Here we are. So, current verse, print spell. I'm not seeing it. Where it's printing an array. It's printing an empty array. Why is it printing an empty array? Oh! Is it because it's up here? Let's see. Yep. It's printing it before it gets made. Thank you for the tip though, Fullbox, and welcome to the stream. Let's see. Print current verse. And if we do that down there, now it prints. Yep, the cookie crumbles. Oh, I'm so excited. Thanks for following as well. Okay, now let's see. Right, current verse. That's what we want. And it's good news that we now have the current verse. Now we need the current character. And we should already have the current character. That's what this guy up here is for. Our current character int. And that should keep track of that. That's good news. We should have everything. And how we do it? That's the better question here. Right, current verse. And then we have our current character. And that's this, our current character int. And I'll just hashtag this over so we can remember our current character int. And we don't even need any of this anymore. Is this lo-fi Final Fantasy? Yep, you can tell. Chocobo. Let's see. Current character int. By updating and detecting the current character int, we'll be able to do everything that we did before. You're playing Minecraft? You think only Minecraft? Yep, Minecraft. Yeah. Minecraft can consume lives, and I let it sometimes, but not this time. Let's see. Right now, where we need to be. Love those, put you in the mood. Yeah. Yep, nice and cozy. Let's see. Underline text, given text. No, we don't need that. What we need is our unhandled events right here. And then we need if event is input key. Yep, that's what we want. And not end of spell. Yes. We need to change here. And how do we do that? Bed Wars. Oh, that was a very fun one. Update text key typed. What we want to do is get from our user input. So I'll go back here and go to where are we at? Getting a little crazy in here. I'll definitely have to go back and clean things up. But for now, I can click Control and Shift and line edit. And our user input. And then we can just get Now as for this, we don't need to worry about if it's on beat, all of those things, because it already takes care of that. We've already done that. This is more so just updating everything. Update text. Okay. If is on beat, type event key code. Oh, that's good. I'm glad. I need to do the same. But if is on beat, user input. So we need to get user input. And we get that here. So we need to get current character. And we already have current character. What do we really need to do? I mean, do we do? It might take a little bit more crafting, so to speak. But, so what I'm thinking is, I can show ya. Oops, wrong thing to show. When do you usually stream? Friday to Sundays, usually 2 p.m. EST to 6 p.m. EST. So as soon as we wrap up this, I'll be good to go. I think your PC doesn't need to be upgraded. It's freezing. It constantly freezes, which is no bueno. Let's see. We have the key. We have the key events. We have all of that. And I'm thinking we take the update key text and we take everything before. It's good, but it's freezing for some reason. It's been a few years old. User input. We have the user input. What we really need to do, and I'm thinking as well, this is always so tricky to figure out the right way to go about it. There's so many answers, but which one's the best answer for you? It's not about the right answer. What's the most optimal? And because we're making a prototype, we technically don't need the best one right now. We can refine later. But for now, truthfully, I think what we have here is fine. Hold on. There we go. Truthfully, right now, I think what we have here is fine. We just need, yeah. Look, if we go down here to our update text, all of this is what we'll have to tweak. And right now, that's that. But then after we do that, then our home system should be good to go. And once we do that, we can move on to the next part of programming. TikTok wrong in the description. I always get it wrong. But yeah, I'll change that. Thanks for letting me know. Let's see. Yeah, probably gonna take a little bit more reconstructions. Definitely probably more than 20 minutes of work. Unfortunately, I'm out of time. But I will definitely work on this between now and next stream. So let me go ahead and move us back over. Where are we at? Here we are. Hi, you. I can go ahead and take these off. No longer. And I can go ahead and get rid of this boyo for now. And are you streaming from StreamOps or OBS? OBS. Thank you for coming to the stream, though. We made a lot of good progress. Almost done. I gotta tweak things a little bit more, clean things up a little bit more. But overall, we're moving in the right direction. We have the rhythm, we have the poems. We just gotta refine it a little bit, and if I'm not able to get that done by Tuesday, that's what we'll spend next week doing. Otherwise, next week's plan is to make a world for the character to go in, and after we do the world, get the player movements down, then we can start moving towards areas for the cafe and such, and then we should be good to go. What is also next week? Next week, we'll also do, for Pixel Art at least, we'll do a study on, I'm thinking, food to help with doing the cafe art and stuff, but right now we're working on programming. After programming will be art, so you gotta hold off for a little bit. But let's see, how do you make the character move like this? Magic! Well, I don't know, it's a lot more complicated than that. You can just look up VTuber stuff, you should be able to find it. An anime character, kinda, sorta, I don't know, magical, kind of based anime style. But indeedy, thank you for coming to the stream, and I hope to see you next Friday. Alrighty then, have a good day, evening, or good night, and I will see you soon. Now let me just press the buttons that I have to press. Alright, bye-bye!